喂，OK OK，开始。
Dr. Watson, would you kindly close the door behind you so that we can limit the price of your carelessness to merely hours of work rather than days?
My apologies, Mr. Holmes. I found myself rather taken aback. I saw tidier houses in war-torn Afghanistan. Are those my surgical needles?
I ran out of tacks and the matter required immediate attention.
Was that my supper?
Plainly not, for I was the one who ate it.
I set it aside for this evening.
And for that I am grateful.
Is that my bed?
Watson, since you've proven yourself a master of observation, might I ask you to apply your skills to a more pertinent question? Namely, the whereabouts of today's newspapers. They are the key to everything. The newsboy is usually reliable.
Medically speaking, I often find that the key to everything is good sleep. In a bed. Your papers are here, on the table.
Let us see what the postman brought today.
哎，欢迎进入游戏，使用左摇杆步移动，并点击 A 与目标交互。这个视角动的，有点快。这个吧，哎，这个变这样，还会抽。后的警察，伦敦广告报。
Local gossip, all of it uninteresting.
干这位差奶奶！
Your order from Barnes' bookshop has arrived, Doctor.
Barnes insists on delivering the books to our door, even though we could easily walk to his shop. That's good service.
Another letter from Werner. I never reply, but they keep coming. I don't see the Strand. Where is it?
Pardon me?
I am on the precipice of uncovering a pattern of crime across London spanning many months and involving many men. The missing paper cannot be a coincidence.
That's preposterous.
My dear fellow, life is infinitely stranger than anything which the mind of man can invent.
Well, life used your newspaper to wipe its posterior, so after that unpleasant discovery this morning, I disposed of it. But in lieu of the Strand, perhaps I can deliver you something equally tantalizing. I have just returned from a patient of mine, Captain Stemwick, who...
No, that will not do. Grab your coat, Dr. Watson. Let us hope nobody has collected the dustbin.
做大便。衣服啊，然后按左。哎，哦，也不能看是吧？大衣嘛，风衣哦。帽子是可以戴的，哦，戴帽子。 华氏的头，看起来很适合你。来试试看。Baker Street。哎。不行吗？
The dustbin is yours for the digging, Mr. Holmes.
啊，垃圾桶这边吗？
A cactus spine. If it gets in your skin, it's awfully tricky to remove, and when laced with poison, the perfect assassination tool.
仙人掌。
You were mistaken, Dr. Watson. The paper was indeed dirtied, but not how you implied. It's potting soil. See, Watson? The conspiracy is real. Someone tried to poison me.
Poison? You? That's madness.
Get
the Strand! Get your copy of the Strand here!
一滑动，哇，林姨厉害了。
Sorry, Mr. Holmes. I just sold my last paper.
Blast. Then why are you still here?
Boss pays by the hour. No sense in returning early.
Any breaking news today?
The dock accident. It's the talk of the
港口
town.
事故，
Yes, yes. Besides the tripe on the front page, anything about burglaries?
I'm not sure, sir.
You're a bright child. I presume on around here?
Nothing gets past me, mister.
Then tell me, did you notice anyone suspicious at my door this morning?
叶安
Like the man with your newspaper?
Precisely.
欢迎你来
Do you know?
I know the value of a shilling.
打个
Dr.
招呼。
Watson,
好的
Cool.
好
Now
的。
I can take the day off.
can you describe the man you saw?
He was carrying a lot of books. Up to his chin they were.
Never heard of a well-read assassin.
Looks can deceive. Hence the appeal of disguises.
等下2点就开始 Pokemon Go， 嘿嘿。好
Which way
的好
did he
的
go?。
Not sure. I was distracted by customers. Sorry.
Did you see what he was up to?
Nah, not really. I saw him approaching your house, but I had a customer. Then there's a loud bang. I ducked down. Not because I was scared, because I wasn't. I had to protect the merchandise. And all I could see was him kneeling at your door.
All right. You earned your
Okay,
shilling.
bye.
That'll be all.
Thanks, Mr. Holmes. Maybe I could be your eyes and ears, if you have more shillings. Get the Strand! Get your copy of the Strand here!
思维殿堂，谁弄脏的？哦，那可以再换。没，他不给换。
Come now, Mr. Holmes. Murder? Yes, Barnes has his quirks, but he also has his scruples.
Not every pawn knows
Get the
it's part of
Strand!
the game.
Get your copy of the Strand here!
嗯？固定这句以外中获得资讯。固定带有书
Get the
件
Strand!
照片，
Get your copy
对吧？
of the Strand here!
热。
Get the Strand. Get your copy of the Strand here.
好，我要找到这个。啊，到了吧？哎，在这，看到你了。你好。
Do you even have enemies that would want to kill you? Okay, perhaps from Cordona.
So, Barnes has a dog now. Who's a good boy?
走进来了，人呢？哦，现在可以讲话，观察。点带过度劳累的结果。手烧墨水，这是墨水。重心在右头上，这也可以看得出来，左腿疼痛。高跟鞋想让自己看起来更高大。
Mr. Barnes, a word. Oh, for goodness sake.
Who goes there?
Sherlock Holmes. Now will you please?
Mr. Holmes. Golly, I did not see you come in.
Would you care to answer some questions for me?
Well, I wish I could, but I am deep in the weeds with work. How about we reschedule in a month or two?
Come now, Mr. Barnes. It will only take a moment.
No, really deep in the weeds with important things. Well, help yourself to any book. Just take it and pay later. I trust you, Mr. Holmes.
Barnes doesn't seem like himself. Why is he acting this way?
You're asking the right questions, Doctor. Let's find a way to coax him out.
Apologies, but I can't hear you. Please come back later.
The ladder is broken, recently, judging by the freshness of the wood.
这个是歪歪的，那也
I
歪
could
歪
hardly
的。
imagine anything more macabre.
很多书，
Basics of cryptoanalysis, cryptography in Egypt. It appears Barnes has an interesting hobby.
永恒的植物，永恒的爱。好，那我就拿走这个了。然后进入西尾天堂。哦，不奇怪。把这个蓝蓝的，先绿绿的吧。他为什么要？他到底要怎么样？路序是啥？哦，为什么有植物？ 很多广告报。哎，为啥还不够哎？是吗？它怎么会消失？
An improvised stand, but it does make the flowers more visible.
哇，
In the language of Mycroft's secret agents, it's a sign. Dried flowers are replaced when the job is done. I wonder who the recipient is. The finest view London has to offer.
这有意义吗？
Barnes has always been a little odd, but this is uncharacteristic even for him.
不是的，这是讯号的交易密码学。哎，这个对。出。 好没了。Hey.
Hello there. What's your name?
Lily. I know, not very original.
食物。我要看着外面，又有食物。狗，狗不能说话。诶，这是不是同一款？
Encouraging people to stop and smell the roses?
Our national emblem. God save the Queen.
这个碎。
It must take patience and care to produce a bloom so beautiful.
哎，
I imagine so. I merely sell them.
The pot is damaged. The blow was severe, but softened by something. A familiar spine. Is this what I found in my dustbin?
对吧？但是怎么？为什么嘞？
Anything tickle your fancy, Mr. Holmes?
这个没有时间限制。化了妆或者好看还是掩饰？悼念胸针。感谢学子到了时候关心。
My condolences, Mrs. Fleming.
Mr. Holmes?
Your husband's death. You're clearly still in mourning.
Oh, no. I loved him more than anything, of course, but that was some time ago now. Life goes on.
A lesson we all learn, one way or another.
I'm afraid I can't help with that, Mr. Holmes. I'm afraid I can't help with that, Mr. Holmes.
What do you make of the flowers in Barnes' shop window?
Well, they could use a bit of water.
Do they mean anything to you?
Mean anything how? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Holmes.
Why do you think they're there?
Are you suggesting the flowers are for me?
It seems likely, does it not?
Oh, I hope you're right. I'm afraid I can't help with that, Mr. Holmes. I'm afraid I can't help with that, Mr. Holmes. Are you sure you're asking the right person? I'm just a flower seller. I don't know anything about this, sorry. I don't know anything about this, sorry.
Are you familiar with Mr. Barnes?
Yes. No, not really. Well, in a way.
What on earth does that mean?
I know who he is, of course, but we haven't shared much more than a look.
A look?
Yes. Each morning I go for a walk in the park with my dog, and most days I spot Mr. Barnes there with his new puppy, so we see each other. Actually, we once met briefly while our dogs played. He was quiet and seemed unsteady as he approached, but since then, we've never spoken. I often see him staring through the shop window. Sometimes I wonder what he thinks about that would etch such longing onto his face. Are you sure you're asking the right person? I'm just a flower seller.
One of these things is not like the other.
Come again?
The cactus. Those fearsome spines can prove a devil to remove, and the sap is often toxic.
And a rose thorn can give you tetanus, but we still grow them. The cactus seems comparatively harmless, though you have me thinking it must be valuable.
I was under the impression that you knew its price already.
Your guess is as good as mine. The first time I saw this cactus was when I came back from my break. The weather is dreary, isn't it?
Oh my god，
To be fair, my flowers could use the rainfall.
有花吗？
We're looking for a cactus needle in a haystack.
书海老
Spine
师
in a book stack. No, come on, Watson, think.
“有了，爱上。”有回的爱，因为目录上说仙人掌是不朽。啊？为什么啊？这就是他留在河岸街报上的那座仙人掌啊？为什么呀？
I think perhaps I have been chasing shadows.
Do not despair, Mr. Holmes. Even the best of us make mistakes. We better tell Mr. Barnes what we've learned.
那有问题吗？这为什么你这么怪啊？
I'm sorry, Mr. Holmes. I can't hear you very well from behind the door.
I couldn't read this morning's edition of The Strand because it was covered in soil and spines. I know you dropped a cactus on it and then fled.
为什么？啊，你都他妈的！
You ordered a cactus from the plant catalogue and then left it for Mrs. Fleming as a gift. You place flowers in the window to get her attention and wear high heels to appear taller and more desirable. You are her secret admirer.
Barnes, it's Dr. Watson. Rest assured we are not interested in disclosing your personal affairs to anyone, including Mrs. Fleming. Please come out.
All right, then. So, you know what happened then? I was on my way back from the post office, having picked up the cactus and some books. It was quite an awkward package, heavy too, and when I got to your door, I dropped the cactus and your paper.
Forgive me.
I needed that paper to prove a theory and prevent a crime. Your actions were rather disruptive. Your clumsiness carrying the post is matched only by the clumsiness of your romantic gesture.
Oh, it's true. I am useless with this sort of thing. I'm not even sure if Mrs. Fleming noticed.
我知道该怎么
As
做。
in most things in life, truth is the answer. Cease with the obtruse signals and anonymous gifts.
Is answer.
Simply talk to the woman. What is the worst that can happen? She rejects you, and you are freed from this endless purgatory.
他拒绝你。
That... Yes, you are correct, of course. I do have a slight tendency to overthink things. Thank you.
So, at last, we return to the matter of the paper. I'm investigating a string of burglaries. Did you perhaps read of any before the edition was spoiled?
I don't recall, but you're welcome to read our copy for yourself.
You had an issue of The Strand here all along?
Well, naturally. I am a bookseller. I have a subscription to every magazine and newspaper in London.
So you ought to be familiar with the concept of burying the lead.
Oh no, my apologies, Mr. Holmes. I'll make it up to you however I can. I am an expert on obscure languages and translation and
Yes, okay. Just give me the paper.
消食爆炸正开码头。
Come, Dr. Watson. Let us put this matter behind us.
Farewell, Mr. Barnes. I hope to hear good news about...
Goodbye, Mr. Barnes。还毁了我东西。
Well, that was an utter waste of time.
An assassination did seem rather unlikely.
There was supposed to be another burglary. I was certain of it. Something you wish to say, Doctor?
No? Well, only that you have a remarkable faculty for deduction and pattern recognition. And that perhaps, if ill-applied...
I see things that are not there.
Yes. It is London. There will always be burglaries. It doesn't have to mean anything.
So it seems. Forgive me. Without something to occupy my mind, I turn into an entirely different animal.
Which brings us back to my news from earlier. I think I have a case for you, a real one.
Truly?
Indeed. Though perhaps not as thrilling as your stories from Cordona. A patient of mine, Captain Stenwick, told me that his servant disappeared. I said I knew just the man to help. What do you say?
Oh, Watson.
Yes, I know it's not the most tantalizing mystery, nor a story to launch my writing career. But
it's brilliant. Let's go.
Oh, good. Well, his house is nearby. Come.
双赢，在同一条街上，这边吗？街不是在另外一边吗？
Not much further now.
前面，这边。但这哪是在同一条街上？
Is this lousy attitude of yours because of my altercation with Inspector Lockhart? Did he put you up to this?
Sir, the inspector has nothing to do with it. I'm telling you the same thing I tell anyone seeking a missing person.
Good day, gentlemen. Forgive the intrusion. Captain Stenwick, this is my colleague Sherlock Holmes, the consulting detective I told you about.
At last, a professional. This useless officer refuses to do anything about Kimmy here, my missing servant. What was your name again? I shall be certain to inform your superiors.
Sergeant Ruffles. And it's my superiors who made this decision, sir.
Have there been other disappearances lately?
Of course, here and there. But when life is tough and opportunity comes knocking, you can't blame those who answer.
Why has the police department decided not to help?
We investigate murders, thefts, fraud, arson, real crimes. A servant walking away from his master is not our highest priority. That said, if we find Kimahia breaking the law, we'll be sure to notify Captain Stenwick. Now, I must be off. Best of luck in your search.
You heard that, didn't you? The way that man spoke to me. I shall need your written testimony. Then we can lodge a complaint.
Captain, perhaps Mr. Holmes' time is better spent learning about your servant, so that he may begin his investigation.
Ah, yes. Quite right. Fire away.
Tell me about Kimahir.
He's foreign, a Maori, all the way from New Zealand. Biggest man
How
you've
do you-
ever seen, and as strong as two. Dark hair and fearsome tattoos. He doesn't speak a whit of English, never bothered to learn. But I made do with pointing. I invested a lot of money in him, so he must be found.
好吧，
When did you last see your servant?
Kimmy here normally brings me the morning papers, but yesterday I had to get them myself. He must have escaped the night before yesterday.
May I see your servant's bedroom?
His shack is in the garden. You can't miss it.
Did you search the room?
Of course, but only to check he wasn't lying dead inside. Everything seemed normal at a glance.
Is there any reason Kimahir may have left?
I should think not. He had all he could have wanted. Gained
他还能
some
吃
weight,
所有的
new
卷心
clothes,
菜
and。all the cabbage he could eat.
Did Kimahir make off with anything of value?
Heavens, no. I would have mentioned it to Sergeant Ruffles.
有就是偷
Still,
东
he
西。
must have fled with some money on his person.
No, no. I kept his wages in my safe. For security.
I take it this is the first time Kimahir has vanished?
Undoubtedly. The man seemed terrified of the city. I think it
所
was
以他
all
没有
the
理由
noise.
跑走。
He never left this estate. Should he cause any damage, I will bear the responsibility, for it was I who rescued him from savagery and brought him here to England in the first place.
All right, Captain. I think I have enough to get started. We shall first take a look around the mansion.
Go ahead. I'll be here. Meant to.
已找到调查现场。他说在花园里面。这边有东西吗？没有。走开啊！这个怎么断头？这个是什么东西？土吗？这个土
Chewing tobacco.
嚼烟。这个不给看，哎，脚印，
A
有
shoe
脚，
print, roughly size 11, with a worn-out sole. These are a workman's boots.
工人靴，新奖励，这个看过了。上面移不上去啊？怎么还有一个啊？没到啊。
Chewing tobacco.
嗯，这个不能看啊。啊？哪里还有？不知道，先把这个记就好了。专注模式。固定相关证据，固定后才能看见某些线索。
A scrap of Hessian.
一块布，破掉的木箱。
These were sturdy boxes. It would have required a serious blow to break them.
这是我怎么样？
Impressive. The sack of grain retained the shape of an impact. Someone hit their head here. A small navy spyglass.
哦，也是这个意思啊。
Clothes made of Hessian. Is Stenwick really so miserly? Is this a Taniwha, a Maori water spirit, or something else?
水神，
Either way, it's giving me
No
chills.
air coming through it.
我记
No
不
air
得，
coming through it.
好有骨头，好吃吗？
Button chops. The
羊排
remains of a meal. The ashes are long since cold. A heavy chemical odor. Lend me your nose, Doctor.
Ah, I'll never forget that
鸦
smell
片的
after
麻
my
醉
time in
剂，
Afghanistan. That's an opioid, Mr. Holmes, a narcotic.
对你还吸鸦片，那这是为什么呢？
A Maori nose flute. Ngurus, they're called.
Ah! 什么意思啊？
No air coming through it. No air coming through it.
Stenwick makes his servant live in a tool shed? You think you know someone.
The rag reeks of smoke. Someone plugged the chimney.
对他觉得有问题，可是为什么呢？有人堵住了。
This lock is quite unusual. It appears that the key should be bent to the right.
Do you think Kimmy here had an accomplice in his escape?
那都不对，干。哎，那没有物品，没啥，看不太懂。
Looks like a
哦，
knee print. Someone knelt here.
该印读
The
起
amount
来
of
了。
chewing tobacco suggests they were waiting a while.
Amazing, Mr. Holmes. To read the ground like an open book.
我是这个蓝蓝的，是因为我说有人躲在这边，这吃你妈的！哦，怎么样？拿着逃走？那这边应该会有协议的。
Where on earth are you going with this?
The door to your garden has an interesting lock.
Yes, I have uncommon locks on every door of my mansion. It makes them harder to pick. Kimmy here and I both had a set of keys.
I'll need to borrow them.
No, you'll need to do what I tell you to do. Examine the garden. Where on earth are you going with this? Are you joking? Why would I know this? Yes, I had to give him something to clothe himself. He seemed unfazed by his bare skin, but I found it distracting.
Is this spyglass familiar?
I don't recognize it.
Could it be Kimahir's, perhaps?
I doubt it. I never saw him with it, nor could I suggest how he might have come by it.
Do you happen to know Kimahir's shoe size?
I wouldn't have the foggiest, but I'm sure it was enormous. Not that it matters. He spent his life barefoot. Despite my best efforts, he simply did not take to shoes.
他可能不是自己逃走。
Has Kimahir ever indulged in tobacco?
No, the man doesn't even drink.
Are you certain? I found chewing tobacco in the garden.
I controlled Kimihir's expenses since he struggled with the currency. I would have known if he used tobacco.
但是有人绑走他，他就走到这边嘛。难怪会需要等。然后在这边抽着，就冲进去，把它塞起来，他就觉得啊，好臭，啊胖。诶。不明人士或者是他，他应该是有，觉得臭臭，就是这样。这个怎么没有好像？这不是第二个吗？这个没有理，这个换会有理。没有啊？嗯？靠！
Yes, Denwick is no angel, but he's one of my few clients. Please, try to remain courteous.
Oh, 在外面。哎，你怎么在外面？他就把他弄晕了。 然后他就晕了嘛。哦，干在外面，然后就把他拖出来了。来第三个。哎，蚊子。
Could have left these tracks. They seem fresh.
Could be. 这个不会是他。哦，他望远镜看，他是这个。 还蛮合理的。然后呢？
Why are you still here?
This disappearance is intriguing, though. I cannot make head nor tail of it.
什么意思？干嘛要讲啊？
This lock is quite unusual. It appears that the key should be bent to the right.
请问你，我找到这个，然后呢？ 要干嘛？
If you find my man, I have a marvelous whiskey with your name on it.
为什么会留下这种痕迹？当时我出个对应的长什叫长按该按，靠腰啊，要按哦。哪里？鸡猫怎么不讲？他要讲吗？可是我只有3颗啊。什么意思？他应该是还没有走完。怎么会有啊？不就是这个吗？哎，什么？现在又有了？刚刚不是还没有吗？干啊！我他妈的！ 刚刚就来过了，怎么他没有显示啊？我来过2次了，一片狗。没东西。 掉下来，木材堆掉下来了。这买枪早前被使用。
Someone moved a cart to this spot and then took it elsewhere. Can't see it anywhere in the garden.
应该就是这边了。还有哪里呢？哎，钥匙剑，所以他知道这样子安全。懂了，懂了，然后就知道了。哎，啊，我刚刚看的时候怎么没有啊？什么意思嘞？他怎么开的？验证。
Surveilling from afar, the intruder waited for a window of opportunity. When Kimihir went to sleep, the man crept up to the shack and slipped narcotics down the chimney pipe, then blocked it with a cloth. Kimihir inhaled the sedative and fell into a deep sleep. The intruder tried to move him, but the man was heavier than expected. The intruder fell on the sack and dropped his spyglass. In order to transport the servant, he had to use the cart. The final challenge was opening the garden door. Luckily for our intruder, Kimahir had the key in his shack.
Remarkable. It makes total sense.
好，就不知道啊。有物品。少一个蓝的，怎么物品要这么多？好，先告诉他，所以我是不知道啦。就是，还有那个目标，主要目标就是让上面那个绿绿的。 好，5颗、6颗，我也不太确定它会有几颗，反正它有几颗就用它几颗啦。哦，应该是不会去到其他地方，应该是不用。哎，兄弟
You'd best have found something by now, gentlemen.
You said that you checked the shack earlier. Did you notice the cart tracks near it? Now, one ought to expect a servant to make regular use of such a thing. Indeed, I would have overlooked the detail were it not for the cart's absence. If, as you say, Kimahir never leaves your estate, then where did it go?
I expect answers from you, Mr. Holmes, not questions.
I fear that someone may have spied upon Kimahir. Likely the owner of the spyglass I found earlier. It appears they were watching for some time, as there was an impressive amount of chewing tobacco on the ground.
And your point?
I found the residue of narcotics in Kimahir's brazier. There are several explanations, perhaps your servant's recreational interest, or an attempt at poisoning.
Cut to the chase, Mr. Holmes.
I won't keep you in suspense any longer, Captain. Kimahir was abducted by the owner of the spyglass. When your servant fell asleep, he slipped a narcotic into Kimahir's brazier to sleep even more soundly. In order to carry a man as large as Kimahir, the intruder stole the cart and rolled him right out of your garden.
Now,
不对啊
hold on.
如果他能开，那为什么
All
最后
this
锁
simply
是
to
关着
tell
的
me what I already know. Why haven't you found him yet?
I only arrived a moment ago. It is, frankly, incredible that I have already deduced so much.
Every second you dawdle here, waiting for me to stroke your ego, is another second wasted. I'm not interested in the how, the why, or the who. I am only interested in recovering my investment. Spare me the claptrap, boy, and go and fetch my servant.
Captain, you are so addled by delusions of competency that you miss the blindingly obvious. Without the assistance of others, you are utterly incapable. Kimahir endured your nonsense far longer than I will.
The point is, Captain, we're telling you this for a reason. The intruder fled through the garden door, and we need a key to follow his trail.
Well, then you should have led with that. Here you go. I hope you'll return soon with good news. And in the meantime, please teach your companion the art of brevity.
可是我喜欢听啊，多讲一点，因为我就不用说话了。嘿，终于啊！蹬，脚踏车。这里有痕迹，看到了。这就是那辆手推车吧？人字。
Sturdy rope, professionally tied in a Portuguese bowline. This knot is often used by
水
sailors
手
to，create
那
a
这个人
boat's
应该是个
chair.
水手。
Wheels picked up grass along the way. Kimahia's cart, I gather.
这个什么？
Roy Soulsby. Could that be the name of our man? A strange substance. I have my suspicions based on the color and consistency, but would you care to hazard a guess, Doctor?
Well, it's odorless, but from the way it absorbs water, I'd say saltpeter.
Then we're in agreement. Well done.
消失。这个是谁？
A large pile of horse droppings.
一大堆马粪。
Many cigarette butts. Someone stood here for hours.
哪里
There
有
was
烟
a
头？
cab waiting here. Our abductor slipped in and then off into the night.
哦，所以不止一个人。然后呢？我现在要干嘛？ 秘密水手，但那没有什么意义啊。哇哦！然后呢？鱼啊，这什么？哎，你干嘛？你干嘛？阿瑟，你在干嘛？
This dreary rain is making him...
伦敦港有消失哦。
The Strand proved not so useless after all. The saltpeter accident, Doctor, do you recall?
The Port of London, of course. The footwear, the spyglass.
Indeed. We shall need to take a cab there.
掉马车啊？怎么租啊？你写？
Let's just go. Stenwick wanted results, not pleasantries.
啊？怎么租？啊？你可以载我去吗？啊，不然还有什么？
Where to, Gav? The port of London, please. I will show you where to stop.
Mr. Holmes, what a compelling mystery we have stumbled upon. Perhaps I have the premise of my next novel.
One kidnapping does not a story make.
Stop! A black cat crossed before us. It's a bad omen.
I did not take you for the superstitious type, Doctor. Such things are mere fantasies, tricks of a feeble mind. One imagines a physician would keep a surer footing in reality.
Perhaps. Before the war, my time abroad was difficult. Once, I came across an Afghan, bleeding, who I could not save. He pressed a rosary into my hand. A gift, he said, so as to gain God's favor. After that...
Dr. Watson?
Yes, well, I shan't get into details, but sometime later I found myself lost in the desert. Dehydration set in, and things grew ever more dire. The man's words came to me. I said a prayer and placed the rosary on a rock. A gift to gain God's favor.
And you were rescued.
Yes. A detachment of British soldiers found me.
To whom I'm grateful. Without their diligence, you would not be standing here and I would not have this case.
I'm sure you have another explanation prepared, Mr. Holmes, but I think I shall cling to the occasional superstition all the same.
To each his own, Dr. Watson. So long as it does not interfere with my methods, do it. We must press on, cat or no cat. The question remains, why abduct Kimahir?
向路人打听正确或相关的资讯。实施名片。
May I ask for your assistance?
I think I can help you.
保护附近徘徊。
It appears that the... Oh, hardly a reputable establishment.
Greetings, miss. I'm hoping you can help us.
We shall soon see.
I heard tell of a recent explosion in the port. What do you know of it?
Ah, yes. Something exploded in a ship's cargo hold. Caused a terrible blaze. The sky was red with smoke till morning.
Where precisely did it occur?
The ship sank near the third pier, next to the dockyard.
Are you familiar with a Roy Soulsby?
Roy Soulsby? I know the name, but he's not one of my regulars. My guess is that he works somewhere around here.
My colleague and I are seeking a burly man, above average height, with workman's boots.
Half my customers, then. Your description hardly narrows things down.
$390呕吐的痕迹。
Your clothes are already tight, and soon they won't fit at all. How far along are you?
I thought I'd hidden it better. How did you know? Are you a doctor?
In a manner of speaking.
He's not. He merely has the ego of one.
don't
I
know.
apologize, miss. Mr. Holmes is fond of his observations, but I am the doctor here, not him. Do you need any help?
I'm fine, thank you. I would rather not discuss my condition, nor let word of it spread.
吉尔维什，恐怖条。哎，我从另外一边出来。
Are you able to help me?
Oh, sorry, I know nothing.
我不能讲话。
Could you help me?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Excuse me, just one question.
I can't tell you because I don't know.
Is this familiar to you?
Of course I know. To cut a long story short.
暗船。那请问那个地方在哪里呀？宠物是在哪里的？
Do you know anything about this?
As much as I'd like to help you, I know nothing about this.
被诅咒了没？哈？操！
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
I'm sorry, but I don't know anything.
May I ask for your assistance?
No, sir, I've never heard of it.
对，找到了，长途就被我找到了。
Not in the mood, mate. Shoo!
Pardon me, sir. I am looking for Roy.
Not again. Yes, I'm Roy, but I can't help you find your uncle or whoever you've lost.
Now, what makes you think I would inquire about missing people?
You are the fourth person to ask this week. Just because I work at the port doesn't mean I keep track of everyone who comes here.
May I ask what you're doing here?
This is where the ship sank the other day. I'm trying to work out how we'll remove it.
You say we are not the first to ask you about a disappearance. Do you recall anything about those who came inquiring?
I only remember the foreign woman. I didn't catch her name, but those are her posters hanging up everywhere. She has badgered me twice now, and I still don't know nothing.
And this woman can be found?
No clue. She was talking gibberish.
Now, where was I?
Sorry, doesn't ring a bell. Sorry. Doesn't ring a bell. What are you on about?
Have you seen this before?
My card? Where did you dig that up?
At a crime scene near Baker Street involving a young servant's kidnapping, I might add.
No. Someone used it without my consent. How else would it end up there? That boat explosion stopped most traffic coming into the port. Guess I'll be without work for a while.
Is this familiar to you?
As much as I'd like to help you, I know nothing about this.
Is this familiar to you?
As much as I'd like to help you, I know nothing about this.
Excuse me, just one question.
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
Could you help me?
Sorry. Sir, I can't help you.
Never heard of it. Have you been drinking? Have you been drinking?
What do you know about this poster?
A foreign woman asked to put it up. She's plastered them all over the port.
Any clues as to her whereabouts?
None. It was hard to understand what she was saying. What can I get you?
Is this familiar to you? Sorry, sir. I can't help you.
那我还需要问人吗？所以我应该去走到另外一个地方。所以应该是这里哦。
May I ask for your assistance? I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else. Excuse me, just one question.
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
Are you able to help me? Sorry, sir. I can't help you. Is this familiar to you?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
May I ask you something?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Excuse me, just one question.
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Do you know anything about this?
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
我只拿名片吗？行好保护区的打野，这是家门口挂着红布的那家。啊，他应该会提示我，所以我就不这样找。嗯？
It's a large harbor. If our kidnapper is hiding here, finding him won't be easy.
我不调。有了。啊，怎么突然又有了？关。
Can I ask you a question?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Can I ask you a question?
I can't tell you because I don't know.
What? 我就直接插入到
Is this
别人
where
家
I
里
may。find Dea?
You read the poster? Yes? You know where my brother Girves is?
Sadly, no. Well, not yet. Where did you last see Girves?
He worked at a, warehouse. This man, Roy Solby, gave him the job. He paid him a necklace.
Do you still have the necklace that Soulsby gave to Girves?
Girves left it near the, shrine. I tried to sell it to buy medicine, but no one wanted to buy.
I want to speak to Dea. Is she around?
Amma, my mother, she got sick after the fire. Big red smoke. She couldn't breathe, so I took her to the doctor. Now I am in charge.
How would you describe this Soulsby?
He was big and strong. He had a big scary eye.
Scary, you say?
Yes, like it was made of metal.
Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. 哎，
This cheap pendant looks like silver, but it's only made of tin. No surprise the boy couldn't sell it.
你就把人家东西拿走了，厉害。
I miss Girves. Do you think he's okay?
Sure. 没了。
How can I help? I could try and flag someone down.
Have you ever heard of a man with a metallic eye?
I've seen him even. Dirty Summers is the name. A nasty lout, with a silver ball in place of a missing eye.
Silver ball.
I shudder to ask, but where does one find a Dirty Summers?
He likely signed on with a ship. I am not one to spy on others, let alone him.
I see.
My advice, keep away from him.
好的，靠近他。
What are you gawping at? Sorry, doesn't ring a bell.
I have been told that you hired Dea's son, Girves, right before he vanished. His brother also said you had a metal eye. What do you make of this?
Tell that him to stop making things up. Wonder why people are going missing. You know.
可是没有证据啊，现在在哪里？只有会讲话了，是我要跟人讲话还是什么？
Can I ask you a question?
No, sir, I've never heard of it.
After the incident the other day, it seems customers are staying at home.
Help me, please.
As much as I'd like to help you, I know nothing about this.
Can I ask you a question?
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
Do you know anything about this?
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
Do you know anything about this?
I don't think anyone here knows the answer. You should ask someone else.
Is this familiar to you?
Sorry, sir, I can't help you.
I should have helped Amma put out the posters.
Lisa，现在要干嘛？你要剪啊！我老。
If we stay out much longer, I'm going to need some supper. Do you feel like a meat pie?
What are you gawping at?
Mr. Soulsby, you know more than you're letting on.
What makes you say that? And how do I fit in all this? Sorry, you lost me there.
Miss... A man named Dirty Summers was involved in some recent kidnappings across London. He used your name as a cover for his deeds.
What? Really? That doesn't mean I'm involved, though. Boulder, that sort.
Miss...
Huh?
A man...
What? Really?
红火有什么关系？
Your calling card was found at the crime scene. That's enough to make you a suspect.
You cannot be serious.
秘密是什么？
This proves.
干
Mr.
What makes
可以一次失败，笑死我！
and how?
Mr.
And
Mr. So...
哪一个？哦，这个大头脑。好，名片。
this.
A man...
What?
It's true. And that's before mentioning your gold watch. It's brand new and awfully expensive for a customs officer. Clearly you have found yourself another source of income. I'm sure Scotland Yard will be delighted to investigate further.
All right, stop. Look, it's not as it seems. I did not partake in the kidnappings.
I'm all ears, Mr. Soulsby.
Yes, I know Summers. He paid me to turn a blind eye to his business in the warehouse area. Just that. On my word.
You did not tell me which warehouse he used?
I do not recall. But I used red paint to mark unsupervised warehouses. Ought to be one of them.
What else can you say of Summers?
He's a regular at the Cursed Mermaid. Goes there with his crew almost every evening.
What for?
I don't know. I assumed just for a drink.
哦，你没有。
I could do with a pint at the Cursed Mermaid.
哪边？我要回来之后啦，我老，哪里呀？重点是面对的是哪里呀？是走过来嘛，所以这个右边是往下，也没小地图啊。你告诉我他面对哪里嘛？真是的。这里，你妈，一堆红漆那些。
If we stay out much longer, I'm going to need some supper. Do you feel like a meat pie? May I ask you something?
It is a shame I can't answer your question.
Why do I have the feeling that you know more about Dirty Summers than you're letting on?
I have nothing more to add, sir. I failed to...
Enough. I have hard evidence that Summers was involved in recent kidnappings across London.
I'm not surprised. So what?
A customs officer, Roy Soulsby, testified that Summers was a regular here. You must know something about his business.
All I know is his drinks order.
If the lives of the missing do not concern you, then I would urge you to think about your unborn child.
Are you threatening me?
Many people are missing, and the main suspect based himself in your establishment. One word to Scotland Yard and your life takes a turn for the worse. Now, spare yourself the trouble and tell me all you know.
Okay. Summers hired my private room. I think he used it to recruit people, but I haven't seen him in a few days. He paid me cash, so I paid him no attention. Nor did I touch anything inside. Here's the key, go and do what you will. Just leave me out of it.
你只会讲这句话，还会干嘛？哦，前面推一个木轮子，然后就在那个挡我的路，就走那边吧。干！哦，靠腰哦。嘿嘿，这个人表示，酒保表示，你他妈拿着钥匙冲出去干什么？本身的划痕。
Strange symbols. I don't recognize them.
这是什么？发票、帆布，不是吃的吗？钱，赌钱。
5 shillings. That won't go far.
抽烟，喝了酒，至少无味。然后呢，这个。已完成，所以我不用看的什么。
The hairs on the back of my neck stood up.
然后，并资讯现在在红七走的标示的仓库里。就是刚刚那间嘛，我已经去了不知道几次。脚步。啊？选择。S 是。哦，这个要再高低。有了，嘿。
Really, Holmes, this ought to be beneath you. As my brother would say, it is for the greater good. The layers of rust will prevent any movement. This crank saw some use. Well oiled and well maintained. Fit for a crank. I can't do it with my bare hands.
我还要捡起来。
passage.
Wow.
Just as I expect. Wait here, Watson, and keep an eye on the doors. I'll scout the premises.
Will do. Be
隐
careful.
藏道路。终于啊，只有我了，好暗啊！没有设定吗？画面，哎，亮多了。哎
Wait, what's happening?
啊！这是缺氧。啊，头痛，这什么地方
What is this place? Where am I?
？Where am I？ 这是什么硬件东西？
Strangely cold. Something is missing.
感觉缺了什么？
This cannot have been under the port of London all along. Is it an illusion?
幻觉吗？那我要怎么样？前进。
Strangely cold. Something is missing.
空。少了什么东西？小一，不能看啊！没有东西呀、为了踏入深渊，才能继续前进。所以我要走下去了。哎，
Phew, I didn't die.
真的哎，换牢真的哎。
It is icy cold and pulsating.
跳动。呵啊！啊！回来了。
My heart, be calm.
所以可以插进去了吗？开了。哎。准备啊！小布虎薛子印分享所得，什么意思啊？哎，干嘛呀？哦，我不能跑。哎哎哎！什么东西？这什么硬件地方
It's harder to breathe here.
更难去呼吸了。
Is that?
嘿，你好啊！啊
No!
！No！ 哎，我死了。哎，
Revolting.
拉出来。这里可以下去，看起来可以。哎，不要不要不要，先不要啊！ 要不要吃了？还可以，还有路呢。你他妈的，我不从这种，我在讲什么？从这边下来不就好了？谁理你啊
It's like it stares right through me.
啊！哎，放命！哦，我一定要被他吃！嗯。哦，在这。这没什么差呀。嗯，这怎么突然好了？倒退着走。嘿，你看，猜对了。还有2个。这个门可以开吗？不能开。再看一个，不能开。摸摸。
There are 2 recesses.
2个凹槽。不能下去。盖可以开，你妈的！边缘气息，形制圆满。形制圆满是啥？啊！换我。形制圆满。对，都没有。再见。形制圆满，所以我要走对吗？这个不知道是啥，这个图有不一样吗？好像没有不一样啊。哎，闭魔定心，它是走出来的，什么意思啊？
Stench.
哎，找到了。哎，哎呦，哦，所以我要去有这个的，是你吗？不是你。 是你吗？对。哎，走过了。哎，哪一个啊？有心智圆满的是哪一个？不是这边吗？有一些在那儿啊。还是我先插入一个。
One down, one to go.
我是左边那个吗？对啊，这个啊，形制圆满，圆满。什么意思啊？绕一圈，真小。嗯，还是真的，这是进不去啊。啊！哎，哎，
Oh, that is truly revolting.
对了，绕一圈就好了。
Frozen and
像个心脏一样。这边会在搞吗？你他妈的！你在搞了！对，我这样走。没有啊。你妈的！我要踩到那个上面，为什么呀？
Did I get out?
John? What is it, Holmes?
哎，我怎么变成花生了？詹姆斯
Watson! Holmes, where are you?
詹姆斯 ，Where are you？ 你怎么坐在这里
Holmes! Holmes! Are you all right?
Fine. Watson, I'm
你下去多久了？
Fine? By Jove, you should have heard the way you called out my name.
It was just a game of shadows.
I'm glad. This place gives me the chills. What are we dealing with?
Something that's finally interesting.
哎，怎么换我拿了？恶劣的指甲，甘泥土蟹是还在挖吗？刺伤。哎呦！
Cyanosis of the lips, marks on the neck. This man was strangled. His abdomen is severely bloated.
哦，要还原了。这边呢，有奇怪的东西，书不能看，这个可以看。
It seems made for simple experiment. I wager they could not afford a better set.
这个
This box contained a narcotic substance, much like the one in Kimihia's brazier.
麻醉物质。
Black Edelweiss Institute established 17 something.
有奇怪的图案。
At least 24 pendants, all identical and made of tin.
所以他在骗人，他作假的，那有什么意义吗？
An American passport, Amos Colby. Someone got their hands dirty painting this with blood.
大概是一只章鱼。哎，没啦，不是你啦。
I've never seen a pattern like this before. Old blood stains. What on earth? It looks like the scribbling of madmen.
Yes,
potent. This sensor has more narcotic residues.
麻醉剂。
Did you hear that, Watson?
I hear you.
These clothes were crudely cut off someone. An American, judging by the style.
湖人。你故意的画上去的。
Someone used mud to draw a cross in a rectangle. Why?
人的头发。这个不说话。我不应该那么早看。还有一个嘞，绳子吗？
Fine rope work, cut by a finer blade.
有人被绑在这儿，这有什么意义呢？嗯？ 更下面。
Who are these people?
好多人。
These clothes are missing buttons. They were forcefully removed.
用扯下来的。
Dumpra, a staple of lecturemen's attire in Nepal, gathered from dozens of people at the very least.
收集，但是为什么收集？
I must have seen this one before. That explains my hallucinations.
Illusion.
Miserable food, mass-produced.
这么难吃的东西，看起来还不错啊。
Oh, potent. This sensor has more narcotic residues.
没有了，没有一个地方，你看这个。 上面有，这个比较合理，因为它没有刺伤。这个看不出来。要会成绩吗？看起来。 没有呢，不知道哎，这是邪教，应该有机会吧？这边呢？这个应该很合理。划痕血迹被折了手指甲。
Deep scratches left in a frenzy.
所以他在抓这个木木。
A small bloodstain, but not serious.
后面应该是被踹开，
Strength it would take to carry this crate, let alone break it.
它是崩了。呀哈！可是如果里面没人的话，那他要说人不可能那个。 这个我觉得比较合理。还有一堆，把衣服丢这。这个好了。哇，直接猜对了，厉害了！
Their abductors stripped off their clothes and discarded.
我太厉害！
The prisoners were kept in a soporific trance by the use of narcotics. A few tried to resist, but alas, in vain. After a few days, everyone was stuffed in a crate and sent elsewhere.
他的脚还穿。
Only one captive was left behind. He was strangled to death on this altar.
所以是一个邪教。
What the hell is happening, Holmes?
Calm yourself.
Cannot be.
What is it? Oh my God. Please tell me we found all we needed to, Holmes.
I think we found a bit more than that.
Yet we have no clue as to where those people have been taken.
And that's where you're wrong, Watson. We have more than enough. I just need to connect the dots. How about you pack your suitcase in the meantime, my dear fellow? Just in case.
小丽，武装打字机啊，工人委屈，他妈的在乎啊，滚他！
It's hard to know how much to.
死者是谁？这个不用看啊。哎，直接猜对了。私人侦探，被上到哪去了？ 女酒保，绝对是你吧？瑞士的某个地方。
Back, I might bring a spare notebook just in case.
在档案中可以。哦，案子。 高亮70的瑞士的地方，应该是医学吧，私人设施。
Dr. Watson, how does a trip to Switzerland sound to you?
我是一口气猜对了吗？
Unexpected. What makes you think we should head there?
It's all about the box with narcotics and Mr. Colby's clue, the cross inside a rectangle. Put two and two together, add a dash of research, and what do you get? The Black Edelweiss Institute in Interlaken, Switzerland. If we hurry, we can still catch tonight's train.
我好像猜对了。哇哦！ 我乱选的呢。
As grateful as I have been for your company, Dr. Watson, I'm afraid you shall have to investigate Edelweiss alone.
Hello? Mr. Holmes, I fear you overestimate my abilities.
Nonsense. You are a military man, a bastion of British courage.
I'm no such thing. As a doctor, I avoided most combat, save for one dreadful day. My troop was ambushed in a village, with innocents caught in the crossfire. Too many to help.
The man with the rosary. He was one of them?
A translator, yes. We were trapped. 6 soldiers and myself. I thought it was the end. But Lieutenant Paget refused to go quietly. The men prepared for a final stand. I rose to follow, but Paget shook his head. He told me to run. That I had other men to save. They charged, and I fled through the rear. So you see, Mr. Holmes, I am a coward.
The logic seems inescapable.
Yes.
You, a surgeon by trade, would have been perfectly useless in that conflict.
What? No.
And how many men have you helped since? Ailments eased, troubles tended?
No more than a handful. Truth be told, I have become somewhat of a recluse.
How many people could you help with 30 years ahead of you? Dozens? Hundreds? Paget was correct. You can cease your self-recrimination.
Holmes, I don't know what to say.
I would start with, I am Dr. John Watson, may I look around?
Salutations, madam. I am Dr. John Watson. I was wondering if you've got word of my visit.
Yeah, Dr. Watson. We received your letter on the matter. Would it be to see Professor Gygax?
At their earliest convenience, yes. I shall try not to take up too much of their valuable time.
Wait here, bitte. Mr. and Mrs. Bronson, your girl has made remarkable progress. See? Take a look for yourself.
My apologies for keeping you waiting, Dr. Watson. Surely you understand how medical work can make one lose track of time.
Do not be sorry, Professor. I too know the importance of closely attending to patients.
The work hardly stops here, yet the satisfaction of perfecting the mind compels us to persevere.
I take it you welcome many a soul into your establishment?
Admissions, yes. Visitors, though? I am curious as to what brought you to the Schwarzes Edelweiss.
Word of mouth. An article I read back in London spoke highly of your institution. But rather than taking its word for it, I thought I would see things for myself.
My asylum's reputation precedes it, then.
Everyone, your attention, please. Guten Day. Yes, hi. Hello. The name's Amos Colby, Northwood Detective Agency, Boston. I got questions that need answers. Who's in charge here?
What seems to be the matter, Dr. Watson? You can tell me.
By Jove, it cannot be him. That man, well, the real Amos Colby lies 6 feet under in London.
No. In my line of work, it can't wait. The longer it takes
If
me
you
to
wish
get
to
the
recuperate,
truth,
Dr.
the more
Watson,
lives
you
are
may
placed
avail
in
yourself
harm's
of the
way.
guest room.
But I have so much more to discuss.
Nurse, if you'd be so kind as to escort Dr. Watson to the guest room. Herr Colby, from Northwood Agency. How unexpected. I am Professor Gygax. I would be happy to answer your questions in the examination room.
Look, Professor, unless you got any clues as to the whereabouts of...
There is no need to be alarmed. No one gets neglected in my care.
Now, let's not resort to brute force.
Do not worry, Herr Colby. My methods are rather more delicate. Search him thoroughly. Then take him to the holding chamber. I need to decide precisely what to do with our guest.
The unmistakable scent of alcoholism. Did you walk through their doors as I did, or did they collect you off the streets?
这个低，然后这个两个高。这个还在高。
A truncheon, not the typical tool for a nurse.
哦，所以我是装扮成他吗？
Any chemist would envy the quality of this equipment.
怎么一堆瓶瓶罐罐啊？
The final product, ready to cure madness, or to push one deeper into its grasp. Raw materials used to formulate medicine. With this equipment, they can create any type of medication. Very sturdy. I might borrow it.
注射器。
What was that? Is someone there? I'm sure I heard something. Who's there? Show yourself. Hey, what are you doing?
啊！哦，所以我不能过去。那我需要冲吗？不用了。
You there! I command you to free me at once.
I'm not sure that's a great idea at the moment.
How dare you deny me? I must have my revenge against the lickspittles upstairs.
Fortunately for you, I'm here to stop the very same people.
You are?
Indeed. But first, I must discover all I can about this institution. Tell me, have you witnessed the arrival of any foreign patients?
Tell me? The gall, the impertinence to bark such orders.
Please, we don't have time for this.
Do you know with whom you speak? I am the great Napoleon.
Napoleon Bonaparte?
The one and only. Emperor of the French, first consul of the Republic, leader of La Grande Armée. Once I am free and have exacted my revenge against the guards who ridicule me, I shall rest happy in the arms of my beloved Josephine.
Right. Well, I will leave you to your scheming, Emperor.
My heart is pierced by Cupid. I disdain all glittering gold. There is nothing can console me but my jolly sailor bold.
Done.
A certificate of appreciation from the municipal councillor to Professor Becker for contributions to the development of medicine in Interlaken. A simple toolbox, yet capable of repairing anything.
Okay. 不可原谅的错误。
Tubes of varying diameters. Interesting. This... I can make... Cooking grease. Is this the kitchen dumbwaiter? Looks like it's still operational.
这到底是什么地方？
Speech and the Cerebellum by S.A. Becker. R.G. Hill, Dr. Connolly, It appears that John Sallow, the tulpa phenomenon. I'm somewhat of an expert already.
I command you to let me out!
What was that? Is someone there?
A 区，啊是。
Truncheon, not the typical tool for a nurse. A painting in a mental institution. Vogel would be delighted.
哦，有了。 其他东西没有拿。药剂师，药剂师。
Truncheon, not the typical tool for a nurse.
啊，哪里有摸吗？
Paint speech, John Sallow, the tulpa phenomenon. I'm somewhat of an expert already.
My comrades in... Paris shall hear about this. Don't you look down on me. Open the door.
I'm sure I heard something. There's the guest room. I wonder if Watson was able to speak to Gygax. Darn. No way I can get past him without being noticed. This sedative worked faster than I expected. Perhaps I ought to train myself. Build up a tolerance.
这是可以训练的。啊，应该可以。
Locked. I suppose the reception will be guarded anyway.
他妈的，这个谁知道这个能不能开呀？我要去撞怎样？
Who's there? Show yourself.
They haven't yet made a bullet that can hit me.
Darn. No way I can get past him without being noticed.
妈的，到底在干嘛？他妈的，这边怎么有东西可以摸
？Hey, what are you doing?
B 区的路线。守卫挡住，什么意思？看到底是啥小了？
Locked. I suppose the reception will be guarded anyway.
就这吗？要怎么射他？要是射呀！
Unmistakable scent of alcoholism. Did you or a truncheon? Not the typical tool for a nurse.
Hey,烂。
They haven't yet made a bullet that can hit me. They haven't yet made a bullet that can hit me.
然后你啦，干你奇怪啊！
Hey, what are you doing? Hey, what are you doing?
哦，他妈的，怎么刚不拿啊？靠腰里啊，奇怪一点。妈还去抽插个地方，干你！
This should be enough to avoid unwanted attention, at least from a distance.
Go away, or I will tear your lips from your skull with my fingernails!
Miss,
I'll gouge your eyes out and cut off your hands, just like you did to Heidi.
I am quite certain you would, but I'm afraid you have me mistaken for someone else. So, I take it your name is Gerda. Who is Heidi?
You talk strange. You're going to Hell's Door, aren't you? To where those other funny talkers finally shut up?
Hell's Door? To what do you refer?
Only Heidi had answers. Go away, pig!
I
said go, or you will spend your last moments on Earth screaming. This door won't stop me.
Viva. 禁区，调查现场。
So you're Heidi. I didn't realize I was on haunted doll watch. The garments of several dozen people at least. Fabric burnt in the furnace. A jalabia, a traditional garment from northern Africa.
还有什么烧啊？洗衣房，禁区。 机，往上面打，血迹。
This stretcher was disinfected frequently. The doors can be opened for deliveries. These are the same crates we found in London. I should take a closer look.
哦，把人放进去，然后他船。
A bottle this sturdy doesn't break by accident. Substantial blood loss. One poor soul found another way out.
Mm-hmm. 下一个人。这不有一个另外两个对，对，证据不够。 东西凸出来了。
An Orthodox reliquary commonly found in Eastern Europe, now in a cell halfway up the Alps.
不知道。
An Orthodox reliquary.
并肩的人。 逃离了。同意。
So this is how they kept the prisoners docile and harmless.
写了一个怪怪的字。
The stamp on this crate confirms it came from America. That's quite a distance to travel. doubt that one could survive such a journey with this little water. The kidnappers even provided airflow. How generous. Dirt and sweat. They were locked in here for days, judging by the smell.
那小便怎么解决？大便怎么解决？嗯，接下一堆。这个是不是啦？抽啥抽都不起，我尬意。
This is the same design as the one from London. This trip was prolonged and perilous.
有了。这个不对，这个对。
The carriages were back through these doors, and they began to unload their cargo in secret. Next, the crates were opened, freeing their passengers. Not everyone survived the journey. The dirty, exhausted, and dehydrated prisoners were then herded into cells. But all the cells are now empty, and I have not located a morgue. Time to find Hell's Door.
Hell's Door. 我找他。后吧，密通道。那他在哪里啊 ？Where are you？ 没有，我走回来了。是吧？是，哎，在哪里啊？别在狗叫啊！就这么点地方，他妈怎么还能迷路啊？对，我一直绕圈呢，他妈的地方嘞！再重来一次，我记得我走这儿。那走过去前面就有人在狗叫啊，是吗？
I will make them pay for what they did to Heidi.
I believe I have found your friend.
Heidi! Oh, poor girl. What did they do to you? Shh. It's all right now. Everything will be all right.
Please, Gerda, now I have found Heidi, I need some help from you in return.
Shh, Heidi. We should thank the man, don't you think?
Tell me all you know about those funny-talking people.
We'd hear their screams. The guards would take them down the corridor behind you and they'd disappear. And the screams would stop.
Professor Gygax seems to rule this facility with an iron fist. Do you know anything about her?
She's sick. She did nasty things to us. Separated me and Heidi just for fun. Before she got here, this place was all right.
Have you ever met Professor Becker?
I remember him. He was in charge here before that witch Gygax. But I haven't heard his voice for a long time. Too bad. He was nice.
How did you end up in Block B?
The nurses say I'm prone to violent outbursts, but they're wrong. I just do what Heidi tells me.
I shall leave you two to get reacquainted.
I was so scared I'd lost you, Heidi.
Scratches. Something has been moved through here. This seems to be a locking mechanism. The whole thing must be a door.
还没有，我求更多证据，完成。打开。我又走回来了。妈的，这个一堆东西都好容易。撬手工具好像没用，那我只能继续跟他讲。
I will make them pay for what they did to Heidi.
I found Hell's Door, the one that made the foreigners silent, remember? How do I open it? Gerda, please. I cannot get inside. You have to tell me how to open it.
How can you speak to me like nothing's wrong? Can't you hear Heidi crying? Look at her! Look! She's suffering. I can't even hear my thoughts over her screams. Poor Heidi. We will fix you. I promise. We will fix you!
Leave it with me, Gerda.
纽扣线胶带他从哪里拿到这些东西？
Darn. No way I can get past him without being noticed. I'd rather not sit in this chair ever again. The stamp on this crate confirms it came from America. That's quite a distance to travel.
You're going to be good as new.
They haven't yet made a bullet that can hit me.
插入进去也不能点。好，吐。胶水钉子，线会变厚。为什么我来这边的时候都没有？哦，有眼睛的会看得到。你他妈的大力！哈哈哈，你说的对哦，大力点起来。你要这样子，你要剪啊妈的！
Will this help fix your friend?
Give it to me.
How is she feeling?
Everything will be all right, Heidi. Everything.
Gerda, I have a couple of questions.
Yes,
Shut your dirty little mouth, Gerda. You've said enough already. She won't speak no more. Now it's only Heidi. You helped me, and I didn't cut out your eyes. So we're even. Now go!
Heidi, there are things I need some clarity on.
Ask if you dare, but if I get bored, there will be consequences.
I found Hell's Door, but it's locked. Is there a way to get in?
Hell's Door? Never heard of it.
That's not true. You, Gerda, told me that Hell's Door makes people silent forever.
And you believe that snotty little girl? I'll personally ensure that she never dares to speak again!
Professor Gygax hurt you repeatedly, scarred your body and mind. You are not protecting Hell's Door. You are simply afraid of the consequences were I to enter.
I could tap your teeth out with a hammer until you choked on the blood in bits.
You could. But then you would live the rest of your life in fear of Professor Gygax. I can make that feeling go away.
How?
I can stop her. But the key, Heidi, the key to Hell's Door is critical to stopping Professor Gygax. And I think you know where it is.
Tell him!
but you said...
And now I say tell him!
The professor. She has a special key. Keeps it close and only brings it down when new people go through. Behind those closed doors, those people start to sing. Oh, they sing in so much pain.
Gygax. Of course. Thank you, Gerda. Heidi. I must leave.
Leave? You joke. Nobody leaves the Edelweiss. Now you will be with us forever!
对啊，好像我是一样。保证可以找到入法的路线。利用一个病人来转移注意力，去一楼找他。好了，前面那位疯子终于有用了。你好，我来救你了。 6个，这个再1个，这个往下2个，然后这个要4个。不要太黑，把这个往上2个，把这个往下2个。
At last, you came to your senses.
My humble apologies, Emperor.
Spare me your groveling, Englishman.
Of course. You are right as ever, for you see, time is of the essence. The royalists have risen again, and your darling Josephine needs you. Paris needs you.
Mon amour.
But the guards upstairs in reception stand in your way.
Ha! They will pose no problem for the likes of me. Merci, Englishman. When I return to Les Tuileries, I shall make you a general.
Oh, you are too kind, Emperor. Now go. Your freedom awaits.
I am coming, Josephine. Josephine, me voilà. Catch him!
Psst. Watson. Over here.
Holmes? What are you doing here, and where did you get that outfit?
It is unimportant. I require your assistance.
What is happening, Holmes? I need an explanation.
It's quite simple. I created a distraction so that I could tell you something important, and in turn, I need you to acquire something important for me.
How can you call any of this charade simple?
Watson, we can discuss this later. Time is of the utmost importance. The kidnapped people may still be here. This is what I know so far.
What? You really found all this on your own?
Focus, Watson. I need you to find a key. It will be most unique. All the details are in my notes. Logic dictates that Gygax will keep it near her. Once acquired, you must get it to me. Perhaps the kitchen dumbwaiter could be of use.
Holmes, I can't do this. I'm no spy.
Yes, you can, Watson. You are unfailingly dependable.
Dr. Watson, visitors are not permitted back here.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Kuntz. After the war, my nerves, I fled all that commotion.
It is nothing. A patient attempted to escape. He will not get far. Now, if you would like to follow me.
Blood in the water. Someone must have washed their hands here recently. What have we got ourselves into, Holmes?
Again.
Perhaps I should take this. For all I hope it won't be needed.
代表说一定会用到。又是奇怪的图案。
Did a child make these?
是谁呢？不知道。好，他说在他的身边嘛。可能是一个直径约2英寸的圆形物品，上面有一朵雪绒花的图案。病患报告。
Good Lord, that's a lot of records. Photograph seems recent. A commemorative photo album. Been a while since I've been in one of these.
I hope you're finding your room comfortable, Dr. Watson.
No.
I hear them scratching. Don't you hear it?
Miss?
Too bad my parents had to leave so soon. I haven't seen them for months.
I don't want a card block B tonight.
对，
Struggling to remember something.
你是谁？病人的诗歌。
It's something familiar. If only I could place it. I must think.
I want them to fly.
我让你飞起来。嗯，厨房。这
Looks dusty but functional.
Oh, we never use that. I think it connects somewhere downstairs.
没事没事。
You hear that a patient escaped. All the guards rushed off to find him.
Ah, Dr. Watson. Just the man I wanted to see.
Professor, I'm surprised you're not trying to catch that escapee.
Please, my time is far too valuable. I hope Nurse Kuntz has been taking good care of you.
He has certainly kept me out of trouble.
Professor, it is time for your appointment with your next patient, Mr. Wolf.
Herr Wolf can wait until tomorrow. I wish to speak with Dr. Watson.
As you wish.
You still see patients yourself, even as the director of this entire facility?
Only the important ones. And yet I rarely get to pick the brain of a man like yourself. I think it is time we got to know each other, no?
I'm afraid there's not much to know. I'm just an average chap living a rather prosaic life these days.
Dr. Watson, those of us who pursue knowledge are anything but average. Now, who are you?
I'm a physician in search of a stimulating career. I have patients, yes, but admittedly, I'm more interested in the cutting edge of medical research. So when I read about the Black Edelweiss and your work on the healing of minds, I simply had to learn more.
I suppose my Edelweiss was always destined to attract other curious minds. But before we continue, I want you to understand one thing. A broken mind can never be truly healed.
Ah, I see. So, what exactly do you do here?
It is simple. If you cannot fix a person's nature, you must force them to forget it.
Surely there are other methods of treatment.
How naive. You remind me of a man I once knew, Professor Becker. But we do not speak of him anymore.
A colleague?
The former director here. One day he realized that Edelweiss had outgrown him and had to leave his house. Do you grow weary of me already, Doctor?
I was simply admiring your office, Professor. Apologies.
While I am pleased you appreciate its practicality and appearance, we were discussing bigger things. Was my conversation boring you?
No, not at all. I merely...
No, I understand full well. You're not seeking conversation.
What do you mean?
It is obvious. Your mind craves truth, but not in this form. You must witness a practical demonstration if you are to learn.
I'm certainly intrigued. Would that be possible?
Of course. I propose a journey between the jury of the human brain. You will not leave without being truly enlightened. Kuntz, take Dr. Watson back to the courtyard. Then tell the nurses to prepare the operation room and the girl with the doll.
Yes, Professor.
Our preparations will take a little time. I will come for you soon, Doctor.
I hope everything is to your liking, Dr. Watson.
是盐。好，给他看他的笔记，靠腰。对，这个对。 一个升降机。哦，没有。一个升降机，哈哈。这个东西是要干嘛？移出地点。好。同事这个沃尔夫是病人。这是我来的地方吗？
The only reason to hang something this harrowing here would be to create another patient.
啊，再看一次。啊，好看。这里吧。2号病室。
You are Mr. Wolf, am I right?
Oh, hello. Who might you be?
My name is Dr. John Watson. I wanted to talk with you, if you didn't mind.
Ah, doctor. I don't suppose you could help. I seem to have forgotten where I am.
We're in the Black Edelweiss, Mr. Wolf. It's an asylum in Switzerland, and you are one of its most important patients.
But why am I here?
That's what I was about to ask you.
I can't remember. Sorry, I can't remember anything.
It's all right. You don't need to push. Try to relax. Let the thoughts come and go. Now, what comes to mind? Mr. Wolf?
Oh, hello. Who might you be?
We just went over this.
I'm sorry, but I don't think we've met.
We were just discussing this facility, the Black Edelweiss Asylum, and why you are here.
That name does sound familiar.
Holmes, the things I do for you.
Excuse me, who are you? And who's this Holmes fellow?
I am Dr. Watson, and Holmes is, well, you could call him my imaginary friend. That's just a little joke, don't mind me.
But why am I here, doctor? Am I sick?
I'm sure I can take a look.
偏袒，偏袒。怎么感觉有加东西的？手手，弹药药物。头上的疤。一个成年男性，一名成年男性。
Dear Lord, what did Gygax do to you?
Excuse me, who are you?
Oh, never mind.
Ah? Oh.
Hello again. You won't remember me, but we've met before. I am Dr. John Watson, and you are Professor Becker. You were the previous director of this facility, the Black Edelweiss.
Professor, really? Actually, that name does sound familiar. Wait.
let me write it down. I try to recall memories through writing, but they always feel just out of reach.
As a matter of fact, I have more for you to jot down.
Oh, yes. Yes, please, anything.
Professor Gygax did this to you. She made you forget everything, even who you are. But we will play a trick on her. We will write a letter so that she learns her lesson. Put down what I dictate. Dear Professor Gygax, your vile work has ruined countless lives through needless suffering. Your methods serve nothing but to show your own sick emotional state. You will be brought to justice, and the world will know your cruelty. And by the time you make it to my cell, the police will already know the truth of how you came to be director of this asylum. Signed, Professor Becker.
There. It's done. Now, hold on a minute. Who are you?
My name is John Watson. I'm a doctor from London, a veteran of Afghanistan, and I wish to be a writer, though deep down I fear I lack the talent. And presently I'm risking my life to help my brilliant detective flatmate in the pursuit of a cult of kidnappers, even as I fear it may destroy him. I'm tired and hungry, and I have not had a good bath in weeks, and yet despite it all, I feel alive. Any more questions?
Good heavens, sir. You're as mad as they come.
One of the patients asked me to deliver this note. It's for Professor Gygax.
Thank you, Doctor. Leave it with me.
A letter for you.
Unbelievable. Kunz, with me.
好的，现在要找了。太紧急啊，在哪里？哎，书啊，绝对不是这里。怎么这么快？6个，怎么这么多？
This is too small to be what Holmes asked for.
啊，天选者。哇呀，抽风一样。
An Edelweiss relief about 2 inches in diameter. This must be what Holmes was after. Nothing special about this.
locked tight, I can't exit the same way.
Vertagen. Finglui, Maglanfa, Cthulhu, Zile, Maglanfa, Vertagen.
The writing is mostly gone. Phonetic symbols, perhaps.
Yes.
The tooth of an adult male, likely lost in a beating. Only a couple of days old. The inside of the cuff is worn. It's been used often.
这是电梯吗？有，会不会突然张开眼睛？有脑欸！我相信我的引导，天选者，要死欸！要死！又是一个抽插不到的时候。干哦！妈的，放个锁定我都觉得还好一点。妈的，慢慢调，结果这么快要干嘛啊？北七哦，灵敏度这么高要干嘛啊？
Dynamo machine provides electrical stimulation for the person in the chair. Full grain leather straps, impossible to escape.
所以他要电人，但为什么电人？有什么用处吗？
Get out of my head!
Your iron-fisted, devoid of soul, find reverence for the one that trembled.
Great Lord!
Lift your surrender your soul and become a servant of madness.
Please! No more! Stop it! Watson! John! Somebody!
Wretched mortal, do not fear what is to come. Let him rupture our world anew. Awaken, and let the
world behold!
The light of the abyss is the light from the abyss. Get out of my head.
民间地方啊！妈敢拿个荧光剂在乱涂。
A very professional brain dissection.
呀，好恶哦！
Looks as if it's been recently used.
什么污染？
hydraulic elevator. How ingenious.
等一下，还没看完，是吗？好像看完了，这边啊。
The spell.
一个井。
Judging by the remnants of blood and flesh, these instruments were used for
再把它丢下
dismemberment.
去。
Dear God, is that body parts? Utterly inhuman.
Body part。哎呦，好像没了，看一下。里面有段录音，然后应该是要去某个地方可以听。好吧，上去了。
Watson? Holmes, what are you still doing here?
Still? I was trying to find more information. Did you think I was just going to sit in my room twiddling my thumbs?
I only asked you to find the key. I had everything else under control.
Says the man who looks like he saw a ghost.
I'm fine, Watson.
You're hardly fine. You reek of congealed blood and chemicals. What did you see down there?
Never mind me. Where's Gygax?
I'm afraid she's over there. I found her like that when I entered, on my word.
What? She was our biggest lead.
Yet another wrinkle in our investigation.
被杀了。
What do we do now, Holmes?
Hush. Let me think.
所以在下面观望的期间，他回到这边，但是不知道为什么被杀了。哎，把他去找的那位啊，他有说
Heidi, how did it end up here?
这个娃娃怎么在这儿？
The pencil is buried deep all the way to the brain. Instant death. No traces of blood on her clothes. Must have got on her white overcoat. The patients here wear the same robes.
We'd better inform the local police about this.
You're right, Watson. But first, we need to determine where our case goes next.
他身上那个女的身上也穿这个吗？刚好三个选三个都是我，太棒。手写信有什么啊？电报对，那应该是这个。 Hour.
We've got what we needed, Watson. This conspiracy reaches further than we thought. I don't suppose you've ever been to New Orleans?
You are joking.
I seldom do. Let's go. There's no time to waste. There's nothing in this world that cannot be explained with logic and reason. Nothing in this world.
Holmes?
Hmm?
You seem troubled.
I'm not troubled, Watson. I am preoccupied.
That place was awful. Inhumane. It would be natural to experience some feelings of shock or fear.
Men reduced to gibbering imbeciles, numbed beyond recognition, powerless to help themselves. When a doctor does go wrong, they are the first of criminals. They have the nerve and they have the knowledge.
That woman did not deserve the title. Such casual cruelty for such selfish aims.
I knew another man like that once. He treated my mother, perhaps even killed her, depending on who you ask.
My sincere condolences.
In the end, she was just a shadow of herself. The outline of the person I recognized, but lacking all else. She was pushed until she cracked. Should you see me cracking, John, I must ask you to intervene.
Nothing compels us to pursue this matter further, Sherlock. We can return to London, report what we have discovered. Let more capable hands take over.
Alas, there are no such hands. Were we to abandon our quest now, I fear no other would succeed in our stead.
We know nothing of what awaits, what dangers lurk in the darkness.
Nonsense. We draw nearer to New Orleans with every passing minute, and thus closer to the answers we seek. Those answers, for all their perversity and improbability, will, nevertheless, be the work of men. And that is a work I have studied well.
So be it.
I know you to be a diligent author, but if I may make one request. Kindly omit my mother and her suffering from your tale.
Of course.
Thank you, John.
Ah, Holmes. After our trip to nippy Switzerland, I can certainly use some of this new world.
Do not get carried away, Watson. What we could certainly use are answers to my questions.
I know, but you look exhausted. Why don't we find the hotel first?
We shall rest when our investigation is over, and not a moment sooner. I shall ask you to handle our bags while I search for the bank.
As you wish. Oi! Stop it, you! Our luggage!
Hey.
Good Lord, what have you done? That's my stuff.
I'm sorry, mister. It was an accident.
You sure it's accident?
It's fine, it's fine. I'll just put everything back. Where are the socks?
Ah, not an auspicious start, is it? Never mind. I'll handle it. You go on ahead.
May I ask for your assistance?
Oh, I know this. Yeah, let me help you.
在街上，在港务局的左边，当然是对面。
Could you help me?
Can't say I've ever heard about that.
不用了。务局的左边。就是这边吗？就长街对面。
Mr. Frank Barnaby, right? Auction's about to start.
You have me mistaken, sir. My name...
If you ain't Frank Barnaby, you ain't coming in.
Listen, the fate of many lives is at stake.
I'm sure it is.
So, not going to let me in, then?
No name, no invitation, no entry. Move along, mister. Ain't nothing here for you.
Over here. Any luck?
None. They're holding an auction, invitation only. The good news is, I know who might have one. We need to find Mr. Barnaby.
Who?
Frank Barnaby, most likely a local.
And you think Mr. Barnaby will be happy to share his invitation?
Let us first find him, then we can see if he is the generous type. Are you able to help me?
Of course. Stop me when you've heard enough.
巴纳比的藏珠宝的店铺。 唐人街，真的很唐。
How marvelous, Holmes. A city within a city.
Indeed, those lanterns are delightful. It is as though we've been transported to the Orient itself.
店铺
Rather unassuming for a jewelry store.
Damn, he at it again.
Could you help me?
Yeah, don't be
He
angry.
can't pay in greenbacks.
I don't know.
He'll pay
这
in
个好像
blood.
不能。现在又可以问，冰拿嘞？找出来了。你现在知道了吗？
Excuse me, just one question.
Don't remind me of anything. Someone else might help you better, sir. 枪支店。
Are you able to help me?
I don't wish to be rude, but I don't have a clue about this.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Don't be angry with me, sir. But I don't know.
旅馆猫，典当行，就是这了吧？这边吧。
Can I ask you a question?
I'm bone tired. But yeah, I'll help you.
倩倩，浑浑噩噩的酒吧喝酒。克里奥尔区。 这是哪里？云云区，这他妈是云云区！哎，找到了。
This place is a Spartan charm, does it not?
It does. My soul will always yearn for London's gloom, but it reminds me of Cordona in a nice way. Help me, please.
It isn't possible for me to help you. I'm sorry.
Are you able to help me?
Sorry, mister. Can't help you. Ask someone else.
Yeah, I did.
Could you help me?
No, first I've heard of it.
Excuse me, just one question.
Sorry, mister. Can't help you. Ask someone else.
哎，干妈的！干爸！杀他妈的！哪里呀？随便啊！靠腰。
Are you able to help me?
What makes you think I can be of any help?
《绿相间的夹克》。 好烂呀！
Yes, it really not very happy with them.
May I ask for your assistance?
No, I not heard about that. Sorry.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
What makes you think I can be of any help?
Barnaby, unconscious but with his eyes open.
哦，有他，咖喱你，白来。
Look, Watson. The two of you are just alike.
Oh, great. So I look like a haggard alcoholic. Eureka! What have you got?
An idea. First, we'll need Mr. Barnaby's clothes. Holmes. Watson, time is of the essence. You will go to the bank, not as yourself, but as Frank Barnaby.
Holmes, we look nothing alike.
The hat and coat will do the heavy lifting. Just stay cool, play the part, and no one will notice the difference. Trust me.
Holmes, must we really indulge in this farce?
It worked in Switzerland, didn't it?
Sure, if you redefine the word worked.
Where's the money, Barnaby?
I'll wait here so as not to arouse suspicion.
Right you are. Shop owner.
Right. Your invitation, sir?
Here you go.
You okay, sir? Seem to have the jumps.
I'm in a rush.
Come on in.
Heavens, I never seen gems.
每一块都是
I simply must have them.
人品。
This might be useful. I'll make a note.
慈善家。哦，我干嘛？
Is this familiar to you?
You better ask someone else about that.
Morning, sir, and welcome to the E.W. Gray Banking House. The auction will begin shortly. Name's Zoe Clemens, and I'd be delighted to help you.
Pleasure to meet you, Miss Clemens. I am Frank Barnaby. I do have some questions, if you don't mind. Forgive my curiosity, but who was the previous owner?
Sir, I ain't at liberty to disclose them details.
These gems are rather curious. What can you tell me about them?
These rare beauties are black opals, all the way from Coober Pedy, South Australia. When they catch the light, the dark stone becomes a brilliant rainbow. It's something special.
It doesn't say where these stones came from. No provenance, no previous owner. I'm starting to suspect they were illegally procured.
What? We would never. I can assure you these gems were bought from one of New Orleans' most upstanding citizens, a philanthropist no less. If you would like to know more, I could get my manager.
You old dog, Barnaby. Didn't think you'd sober up for the auction. An hour ago, you were 3 sheets to the wind.
Oh, you know, I hold my liquor better than most. And the auction was an important business opportunity.
An important business opportunity? Ha! What have you done with the real Barnaby?
Well, maybe I'm drunker than I thought, mister.
Mister? What's wrong, Frank? You're looking pale. Don't you recognize your old pal, Grub?
Hi. 金奖，好像是金奖。从外表，我有几件，就有几个。
Sorry, Sheriff, but I don't have time for this.
Now, Frank, when I'm talking to you, everything else waits. If I want to talk, you talk. If I say jump, you say off which pier. Do we understand each other?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, while I have you, there's the matter of your outstanding fines. I've been more than reasonable, but I'm afraid the bills come due.
Fines? Right. I'm afraid I don't have anything on me.
That's funny. Ain't you at the auction? I weren't born yesterday, Frank. Now, assault, battery, disorderly conduct, that's serious stuff. You got off easy, but if you don't pay up, things get a whole lot worse.
Look, Sheriff,
I'm not actually...
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Think careful now, because Frank Barnaby only owes us cash. But fraud, impersonation, that's weasel behavior. And you know what we do to weasels round these parts. Feed 'em to the gators. So, Frank, what's it gonna be?
Here's all I have.
Mighty fine of you. The people of this parish deserve peace. They don't take kindly to visitors. Don't miss that boat tomorrow morning, Doctor.
I told you, Holmes. I told you it was a bad plan. Now we're penniless and wanted criminals.
Hysteria gets us nowhere, Watson. Tell me what happened.
The sheriff saw right through me. He knew who I was from the start. Extorted me for every coin I had.
Bah, all that matters is what you learned about the gems.
I shan't discuss it while still wearing that blighter's clothes. I'm going back to the boat to get changed. A pox on the crew.
You know, I think the look actually compliments you. Why bother changing it?
No, no! Was that your luggage again? I don't understand. We just got it back in order.
Huh? What's that? Bisa. Tapi mah. Hah? Acik.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
You better ask someone else about that.
Forget the sheriff. I'm sure it was simply bluster and bloviation.
走回船上，干到底是他小
Just
啦？
tell me what you've learned.
哦，这样写干。 嗯。
It was like the luggage had legs of its own. Oh,
A pox on the
Mr.
crew.
Pratchett will have my
A
head.
pox on the crew.
Don't want to be rude, but even the man upstairs can smell you.
A pox on the crew.
How am I gonna fish him out? Anyone got a net?
Okay, fine, change your clothes. We'll talk afterwards. And I thought I was the vain one. Okay, fine, change your clothes. We'll talk afterwards. And I thought I was the vain one.
A pox on the crew.
I know how this looks. Twice in one day. What are the chances?
Excuse me, just one question.
I'm very sorry, sir, but I can't help you.
Oh, bollocks, now our clothes are in the bloomin' water.
It was like the luggage had legs of its own. Oh, Mr. Pratchett will have my head.
I ain't sure what you did to the sheriff, but it must have been something real hairy to have him chuck your luggage off the pier.
With respect, miss, have we met before?
If you were the real Frank Barnaby, yeah, we would have. But where are my manners? I'm Lucy. And you are?
John, I didn't mean to be rude. I've just had a difficult day, miss.
Well, it's barely noon. And you've already made an enemy in Sheriff Grubb. The man starves his gators just in case someone crosses him. John who?
Watson.
Well, Johnny, if you plan on sticking around, you better change that suit, or Frank's reputation will catch up with you. And then you'll be a John Doe.
Alas, I think one of those gators is currently devouring my spare clothes.
You've got yourself in a fine pickle. All right, come on board the Nymph of Louisiana, and I'll sort you something to wear.
The nymph? Is that what it sounds like? Why are you helping me?
Well, let's just say you ain't the only one who's had run-ins with the sheriff. Way I see it, this city deserves better. Now quit your stalling and head on over to the Nymph. I'll be in room 6.
This Mr. Barnaby is proving rather useful. Perhaps you're not so different after all.
One more word, Holmes, and I'll hand you over to the sheriff.
Sorry, was that John talking or Frank?
Oh, go annoy someone else while I visit the nymph.
Always a pleasure to see you regular, Mr. Barnaby. Welcome home.
Well, look at you. All dressed up with nowhere to go.
I can't thank you enough. As I was saying, our journey has hardly gone to plan. We seem no closer to finding our missing people than when we left.
Well, if there were anything to know, Champagne'll know it. She's across everything in New Orleans. Look for her in the fisherman's village behind the Creole Quarter.
Thank you again, Lucy. I shall make my way there now.
Good luck, Johnny. Keep out of trouble.
老香槟，渔民群岛。
Ah, forgive me, Watson. The difference is plain as day. What a remarkable transformation from Barnaby.
If we're critiquing wardrobes, Holmes, maybe you can explain why you used to roll just one sleeve up. Did you get bored halfway through?
Oh, 换人了，妈的，干！
Help me, please.
Oh, I've had talk.
一艘船上的小花养两条狗，就治病吗？
Tocqueville? Lafayette! Hush now. No offense here. Them two don't take kindly to gents. Especially foreigners. How can champagne help you? Trip to the bayou? Feeding a huge crocodile?
Some other time, perhaps. Word has it, you know everything that goes on round these parts.
Maybe. Maybe not. What you want to know?
The bank in town recently purchased a valuable collection of gemstones from a wealthy man. What do you know of it?
Sure. I hear everything. This time I tell you for free. Next time, you pay.
Thank you.
May have been 1, 2 weeks ago. Rich man's butler sold him some black opals.
And this rich man is?
Don't know his name, only that he from the French Quarter. Folk back in town could take you there. That's all I know. You need a boat? I hire 'em out for dollars. Or a bottle of you know what.
Thank you for the offer and the help.
法国区的富人。伊阿纳森。
May I ask you something?
Oh, I've had talk.
房务局注意带马车前往法国区。好的。总是这么准。
French Quarter, and get us there fast. You know, Watson, opulent mansions and stifling heat remind me of my time in the Mediterranean.
Corona does sound rather magical. Do you think you shall ever return?
I don't know. That place was home to some of my greatest memories and some of my lowest moments. Help me, please.
I'm bone-tied, but yeah, I'll help you.
装饰的野牛。
Lord help me.
就这个吧。
Excuse me, miss. Are you all right? What is your name?
Eula, sir.
Waiting for someone, Eula?
Yes, sir. My brother Davy. He works for Mr. Arneson in that mansion yonder. Been 5 days now since I last heard from him.
Come now, why all the tears?
Something happened to Davy. I feel it in my bones.
Do you think he may have left the premises?
No, sir. Davy, he ain't like you and me. He's smart in some ways, but he can't talk. Not a word. He's pure and kind.
Fear not. We will look for your brother. One presumes this gate is locked. Is there any other way inside?
There's another entrance through the stables you could try. That's where I meet Davy normally, but I couldn't get in. See, I couldn't find the key. It wasn't in its usual spot. Please hurry, sir. Find him for me.
又要帮助本，还得是我。第5章：门外恐怖世界。好了，总之我还得是我啊，可以吧？把布从里面锁上。 由此泥土的痕迹经常被使用。
I rather wish my lockpicks had not been lost in the river.
Along with all our clothes, books, tea.
所以我没东西可以用嘛。我可以换衣服。那我要怎么办？很重，沾满灰尘。
This must be the key to the stables.
Yes.
Poor animal has been suffering for days.
It's dehydrated, Holmes. Without water, it will die.
Mr. Arneson's cab is still here.
他没有离开，他也开不了。
Cayenne pepper, half empty, or as Watson would say, half full. 嘿，我进来了，气不气呀？
You did it. You're inside? Have you seen Davy?
Not yet, miss, but we are on it.
Please look for my little brother.
啊，走了，别紧张啦。
There's blood here.
调查现场，可以继续吗？啊，可以继续。
Do you smell that, Holmes? Something bad happened here.
I know. Be prepared for anything.
什么气？枪啊！
The candle was burning when it fell.
这是不小心弄掉的。脚印。
Someone smaller walked over these boot prints. A trail of wax leads to the door.
疤痕。对，这里面不会，但我先看外面。蜡滴，那应该原本放这啊。 被烧毁的残片。电报。
Burnt papers, now completely unreadable. Watson, would you please lend me your medical expertise?
I'll do my best.
有人死了，是谁呢？他的 brother。
His corneas are already clouded.
死一段时间了。
A deep stab reached the man's heart. Clean edges suggest a sharp blade, but the wound is too wide for an ordinary knife. The hand can bend freely. Rigor mortis has passed.
过去了，所以大概半天过去。
Hay on his trousers suggests a gardener or groom. This man has been dead for a week. The result of a sharp object piercing his heart.
You are mostly right, but I would bet he died 5 days ago. Heat and humidity will have accelerated the decomposition.
但只能证明他死了，又不能证明是什么。
Someone was bleeding, but it doesn't look lethal.
有血。
Bent end of this candlestick has blood on it.
所以这个可是凶器被打了。怎么有7个？你看，厉害了。
A few drops of blood, but not from a mortal wound.
锁是纯手工的，磁性挡板之后启动它才能打开锁。隐秘的地方。啊！应该是人，若是袋子应该会一条的，拖血的痕迹。这边，哎
I will need your help one more time, Doctor.
An enormous blow shattered her ribcage.
看起来应该不像。
Extremely sharp and deadly. Blooded, broken nails. The poor woman tried to put up a fight. A wound like this could only be dealt by a man of incredible
惊人力量
strength.
，and cruelty.
力量
Why does it look so familiar?
2个人。
Tea for 2. An odd glimpse of normalcy amid the horror. A used kitchen towel.
不，甘草，所以是前面那个人，但他也死了。这是他吗？好像是他。这不看，这边，他们有理由杀他。另外一个嘞，会丢吗？这个感觉比较有机会。 那暂时还没有找斧头啊！这边走出去了。尺码已经干了。怎么有6个啊？这咖啡没了。题材啊！哎，有画。
Mr. Arneson with his prey.
楼上还没看。
Arneson and Davy seem to have got along well. He looks more like a son than a servant. Arneson and Davy, 1881. Fauna of Louisiana, full of things that bite no. New.
信件，埃罗尔，找东西问担心你，希望你收到消息。
Note the blade, Watson.
A curved
凶器，
probably of Persian or Indian origin.
难怪会长，
9 or 10
刚
inches
好
outside.
刚好够长。这是什么？哎，满了，这边有啊？好像没有。哼，这个不是，它是刺伤。这个不像。把武器了。这样，蜡烛在那个。这个不对啊。这个对了，这个对了，蜡烛在那个上面吗？这个不对。哼。没对。嗯，算了，不管。对，对对。哎，怎么不让我过去？是吗？是这个？这边吗？这是丢的，厉害了。就是这个。
An intruder entered through the back door at night, leaving mud traces in the hallway. Without being noticed, they picked up a candlestick and struck the man in the chair from behind. In the kitchen, 2 people were drinking tea, the workman and cook. They were startled by the noise of a falling body and went to investigate the parlor. The workman tried to subdue the intruder but was stabbed by the attacker's knife. Judging by the wound, it was a curved blade. The cook panicked and fled back to the kitchen. The intruder followed, but since their blade was stuck in the workman, they used the meat cleaver on the table to kill her. Someone smaller arrived and discovered the carnage. They dropped the candlestick in horror and ran for safety to a room down the hallway. Meanwhile, the intruder returned to his first victim and dragged their stunned body away from the fireplace and out into the garden.
走到外面的花园。 所以我现在要去外面吗？这个眼睛是要干嘛？专注模式。是啊。
We haven't finished here, Holmes. We need to see this investigation through.
No way in.
我里面还没看完。
A dull book about local geology. Even I'd struggle.
屁子去。神童。
What I wouldn't give for a nice bath right now, Holmes.
Yeah.
What horrors happened here?
Alright.然后怎么随便就猜对了？我去的呢！会死的马，一定是有马吧？啊，这个没有。
This place sets my teeth on edge, Holmes.
Hey.
Davy, please open the door.
After all this, Holmes, I doubt the young man would open the door to a stranger.
不然我能怎么办？
Davy, please open the door. Davy, please open the door. Davy, please open the door.
Today started poorly and went downhill from there.
让我能怎么办呢？精选证据。
Davy, please open the door.
找那个女的好了。他来，也许他就会开门。啊，人嘞，你拿嘞，剑。准备啊！ 你在干嘛呀？临死。
Ligature marks on her neck. There'll be a bruise, but she should be okay.
你确定吗？他感觉已经没了呢。这什么？
Doctor, Watson, speak to me. How is she?
We were just in time, Holmes. Eula is stable, but lucky to be alive. We should take her to a hospital for a further examination.
Yes. I fear I was wrong, Watson. The sheriff is not a man to be underestimated. To lynch an innocent woman just to send a message, it's evil. We're not safe in this city, nor is anyone around us.
Then we must not dawdle. Help me get Eula to her feet.
No, no. I will not leave here without Davy.
Miss, please, we must get you help.
No, I will not be deterred. I will get my brother and bring him home.
If my deductions are correct, Davy lies behind this door. He ought to be unhurt, but is no doubt shaken.
Davy. Davy, you there?
Davy, we understand what you witnessed before. It's safe now. You're safe. Please, let us in. Your sister wants to see you.
Everything will be all right. I promise.
Yeah, them gentlemen speak the truth. Just open the door. Big sister's here for you. Davy! Oh, come here, you! Thanks, sirs. Lord bless your souls.
Let me examine him, miss. I want to make sure he is unharmed.
Remember, he may be mute, but he still understands you.
He 没睡，我哭到烂，有恶有怕。出现前。
Davy seems in good health. The bruise is a remnant of that awful night, perhaps even caused by the intruder, but he is otherwise unharmed. In fact, I believe life here was good for the boy.
Arneson and the others cared for Davy. That may have allowed him to withstand such horrors. I need your help, Davy. We know that the man with the curved dagger is responsible for all this. You recognized the man, yes? The same one in the photograph in the office upstairs, standing with Arneson. Good. Please, write his name. And one last thing. The room with an image of a bell on its door may hold important answers. Do you know a way in? Yes. I think I've got it. You have been very helpful, Davy.
一个钥匙标志的地方，2楼那个某个地方。好，知道了，我已经会了。哦。
Let's take a closer look.
好像有说到什么保险箱1879。嗯。1882。1862。有了钥匙。
These should come in handy.
琴也先拿一点吧。全部拿啊！琴哥要拿啊，你拿一下嘛。死神。子弹上场的平均，钱不拿一下吗？我拿到什么？钥匙。在哪里的？忘了。哎，我要去哪里？这边吗？哦，这。对，移动的痕迹。就这里别用木地板啊，被抓到了吼。
Dense and disturbing notes. It's hard to follow.
什么啊？
The scene is impossible, unnatural, but also
这不是我
familiar.
跑过去的那个地方。无论这个都找到买下来。你知道怎么交互？衣
A
服。
foreigner's clothes, by the looks of things from the Near East.
地人照片。
A foreigner's clothes, by the looks of things from the Near
妈的
East.
要看那个是不是他的血迹哦？哦，梳头。
A black opal, cut and polished, easy to sell.
画布，写一堆不知道是啥的。
Davy is calm and collected despite enduring all these horrors and
Yeah. 动物指南啊，庄园。干怎么什么都不吃啊？地点，会看的。
impressive young man.
还有哪里没看？就跟他讲话好了。
Oh, Davy. Things you must have gone through. Angels, sirs. All y'all lacking is a pair of wings. I pray you find Mr. Arneson as well, in one piece to boot.
我可以离开了吗？ 这妈怎么办？你就死吧，不理你。出来看啊，他走掉。
Poor animal has been suffering for days.
嗯，那后面是不是还有？
Poor animal has been suffering for days.
为什么会掉下去啊？
When evil tries to knock us down, we get back up. We persevere.
他妈现在要
Ain't
干
giving
嘛
it？the satisfaction.
跟你讲话吗？你也不会讲话啊。
We must stop this, Holmes. All these atrocities.
我来看一下。米拉，枪支，二楼。 也是。
We still have to find Arneson. After all we have learnt, I fear for his fate.
A foreigner's clothes, by the looks of things from the Near East.
When evil tries to knock us down, we get back up. We persevere. Ain't giving it the satisfaction.
We must put an end to all this evil, and I doubt we can
少
count
玩
on
那
the
个然
Sherlock.
后嘞啦，靠腰啊，鸡掰嘞。
Is this familiar to you?
Don't remind me of anything. Someone else might help you better, sir.
Luxurious shoes, size 9. These fingers were severed with a single clean stroke, but I don't see the thumb or middle finger. Boots, size 10. Look, Watson, animal prints. I wonder what kind. A scrap of silk, soft and elegant. We must put an end to all this evil, and I doubt we can count on the sheriff's help. Size 10, the owner's footprints were shallow. Size 10, the heels were sinking into the ground. Look here, Doctor. 2 sets of footprints left by the same person, yet they vary in depth. What do you conclude?
Perhaps they arrived empty-handed, but left carrying something heavy.
Precisely. We'll make a detective of you yet, Watson. We must put an end to all this evil, and I doubt we can count on the sheriff's help.
什么意思的嘛？干。
We must put an end to all this evil.
屁啊！他妈的，是不能选，别选到。这我穿不走，他妈的那么小，干，你三小啦！
I doubt we can count on the sheriff's help.
哦，怎么这么晚熊啊？靠腰。
When evil tries to knock us down, we get back up. We persevere. I ain't giving it the satisfaction.
We must put an end to all this evil, and I doubt we can count on the sheriff's help.
More boot prints. There's blood here.
We must put an end to all this evil, and I doubt we can count on the sheriff's help.
This might be useful.
Arneson's signet ring, as we saw in his portrait. Well, isn't that interesting? Hello again, Lucy. My princess, my love, my heart. Fitting words. It's almost a piece of art. Davy, we know that Ashmat is responsible for what happened here. We must catch him and hold him accountable. I know that you are scared, but you are also the only one who can help us. I believe Mr. Arneson showed you a cryptic telegram that was sent to Ashmat. You are an impressive boy with a phenomenal memory. Can you tell us the contents of that message? Thank you, Davy. Watson, please copy down everything he writes.
When evil tries to knock us down, we get back up. We persevere. I ain't giving it the satisfaction.
We must put an end to all this evil, and I doubt we can count on the sheriff's help.
Got a spot in mind.
New Orleans port, and quickly. Innocents slaughtered, a woman lynched, a boy forever traumatized. I fear we've crossed the Rubicon, Holmes. Davy is resilient, much like Eula. They will overcome this. You're right, but I worry this portends far worse for us. What have we got ourselves into, Holmes?
Johnny boy, so how was it with Champagne?
Most enlightening, thank you. And now my friend Mr. Holmes would like to talk to you too.
Well, ain't you something? What can I do for you?
I'm afraid I bring bad tidings.
How bad?
It concerns your significant other, Arneson.
Arneson? Now, who said we were lovebirds?
Lucy, we only mean to help. No word of the matter shall spread.
What are you implying?
The man in this letter seemed ready to declare his feelings for you. Sounds like he was more than a client.
It's part of the job. Men can say weird things when they think they're in love.
This photo of you and Mr. Arneson suggests the feelings were reciprocated.
Looking interested when with the client is part of the job, Mr. Holmes. I don't even remember the man.
You mean to say you take pictures with everyone?
If they ask nicely. And pay.
Arneson definitely paid for a ring in your size inscribed, "My princess, my love, my heart. It is for you." Arneson was going to propose marriage. Facts are clear. You know Mr. Arneson and perhaps even love him back. Regardless, he has been abducted. His life is hanging in the balance. Please, help me save him.
Oh my Errol! What have you gotten yourself into? I didn't want to believe this could happen.
Lucy, Lucy, what do you know? Could it have been the sheriff?
I don't know, John. This town has darkness in it. Errol and me, we had plans, dreams. We wanted to make this place better for all the folk who live here. Errol had grown suspicious of Ashmat, thought he was acting odd. He brought up the bayou. I told him to leave it all alone. The water's there. They swallow everyone.
You mean the alligators?
No. It's local legend. The bayou's dangerous. Any visitor that sees death's messengers, they die.
These messengers, are they abstract or a landmark?
They're white lilies. You see a path with them flowers, you turn around.
All right, Watson. We must find someone to take us to the bayou.
Lucy, you have our thanks. We will go and look for Arneson.
Who on earth would harm Errol?
May I ask for your assistance?
Can't say I've heard about that.
沼泽地，为什么这个可以讲话了？
Who's your friend, Frank? We love a new face, and his is particularly lovely.
Do you know anything about this?
I'm sorry, but I've never...
进参与者交谈。
But that...
妈的，我是混了吗？靠腰啊！ 安静参与者。
Wish I could do more.
没有啊
Besides praying for you.
靠腰我也回不去呀、哦，一边那个东西，想起来了。
Hello again, and thank you. Your last tip proved extremely useful.
Don't mention it, Cher. Champagne ain't one for trickery. Now, if you need more help...
As it happens, we need to take a short trip through the bayou into the nearby swamp. Of course, you'd receive fair compensation.
It's almost dusk, and only fools go into that swamp at night.
Come back tomorrow. Champagne will take you down.
That will not do. We must go now. It is of grave importance.
I won't take you. But if you're crazy enough to go, I'll sell you the boat.
Wouldn't you know it, I came across a bottle of your namesake. Will that be enough for a boat?
It's warm. The bottle's dirty. But we got a deal. I'll even lend you this rifle. If you're going in the swamp, you'll need it.
One last favor. The boat that we came on is to leave tomorrow for Europe. Would you kindly relay a message to the crew for us? We may need them to hold their departure till 8 in the morning.
Of course.
Holmes, do you believe the sheriff? That we won't escape?
One cannot be hurt by superstition, Watson. This hut has been abandoned for a long time.
It reeks of damp. We're more likely to sink in there than on our boat. Let's go.
Look, Holmes. Fireflies!
How did this shipwreck get here?
Let us just ensure we do not end up the same way. What was that, Holmes? Whatever, or whoever it was, we should ready ourselves.
知道是不鬼啊，叫了一下。就是这个吗？
Am I hearing drums?
Drums in the bayou? I think I heard something swim underneath our boat.
Probably just a rotten log.
Did you hear that, Holmes? What do you see?
A shadow. Nothing more.
紧张啊，狗叫。哪里呀？辣。
If you told me when I binned your paper that we'd end up fleeing the law in a rowboat through the Louisiana Bayou...
I dare say you would have hardly been surprised. The air is getting thicker, almost suffocating.
The stench of death. All too familiar now. Weeks of damp. We're more likely to sink in there than on our boat. Let's go.
Careful of the gators, Watson. It is stupidity rather...
干
It reeks of damp.
Careful of the gators, Watson. It is stupidity rather than courage to refuse to recognize danger when it is close upon you.
Holmes, hand me the rifle. I can shoot the ropes holding a few of those poor souls. Come on, Holmes, give me the rifle.
Watson, stay calm, but be quick. An alligator has noticed us.
干，这是有人。
That's vicious.
That's nature, Watson. Let's try not to annoy them.
我是那肉而已，我要喂它们。哇，才过得去这样。
That pier looks promising over there, Watson.
We're approaching the heart of darkness. This place gives me the shivers, despite the muggy night.
Smell of burning flesh, just horrific.
Keep away from it.
A
Focus on our
fiery
task,
gathering of
so we may
passions
soon
and
leave all this behind.
The hand tied here was bleeding in 4 places. This had to have been arson. Blood was poured over someone, leaving a gruesome silhouette. A worn blade, but clean and without blood. Bowls filled with blood. Days old and rotten. Damp and mouldy hay. The prisoners were kept like animals, slowly deteriorating under the gruesome treatment. The wood is swamp cypress, endemic to the area. A heavy weight scored impressions in the ground 1 inch deep. Tracks lead behind the stone slab. Only this indentation was spared from blood. The victim's left hand clawed at the soil. The bloody handprint on this stone lacks 4 fingers. Sunken heels, the result of dragging a heavy body. The initials EA are embroidered with silk thread. The prisoner's clothes tossed aside.
Ah! Very brilliant.
Thankfully, it's not Arneson.
Ah, good. Sorry. Hmm. 有一个嘞，这是第二个，这是第一个，第三个，第四个，还有一个没找到。
I should be glad we're out of the water, but I'm not.
这边看到，这个有错。
Arneson was held captive in this cage until his abductors tied him to a cross and dragged him to the bonfire. Arneson was left hanging here for a while before being freed and led to the altar. At the altar, Arneson's captors performed a ritual on him and poured blood over his head. With Arneson now prepared, he was escorted to the sealed entrance. They used the mechanism with an indentation to open the passage. The tracks lead behind the stone slab.
要怎么过去的？
The tracks lead behind the stone slab. That's a lot of blood, but probably not enough to be fatal. Both ends of the rope were cut cleanly. The captive was dragged through hell. Thankfully, it's not Arneson. Heavy and covered in blood. Something is wrong with my lantern. Give me a minute. I won't wait for you. I'm going in.
又不等，等下又那个幻觉。
Woe betide those who take it.
Let
the unknown be.
你学长我就不拿吗
That's human skin and still warm.
Still warm.
What's happening?
What's happening?
Deja vu, and not in a pleasant way.
Deja vu. 这样子，没有，放走。哦，踩到几个？哦，所以这个周期就是要踩的。有了，你他妈的！踩到2个了，然后呢，我要开着那个才能走。没有啊，那我怎么走？没有啊！啊！回走。撒谎！我怎么走？那个暗的啊！ 靠腰的，妈的，我怎么背呀？北七点。这个猫安安，你也可爱。
And now, axes? What on earth for?
刚好绕北圈，你妈的！干个血迹，冰王启示，所以我去死是吧？什么东西啊？跨过。我在某个死掉，靠你啊！豆芽。 妈的，怎么会变一个动作游戏？也不是动作游戏，是动作游戏。哇，这我觉得，那操作就像残障一样，是怎样？
Now it is glowing. Why?
No! 豆呀，干他妈白痴爬起来动作，操你妈啦！鸡掰的！
I hope that was all. I can't take any more.
At last, the lantern's working again. Holmes, I'm coming. Holmes? What are you doing? Sitting in a place like this?
How did you get here? How did you get through the maze? Tell me, Watson.
What maze? I walked straight up to you. You saw me.
Do not lie to me, John. How did you get out?
Sherlock, what happened? Are you feeling all... Oh, heavens. Is that Arneson? Why didn't you mention him? Stay put. I must check if he is alive.
The unknown, beckoning, great one, lightning!
I should examine him before he has another seizure. Cold sweat. 2, no, 3 ribs fractured. Pulse is racing, 110 beats a minute. Severed fingers, the wounds are inflamed. Blunt trauma to the cranium, dilated pupils, lips moving without a sound. Arneson is delirious after all he's endured. We can't get him to the boat in a state like that. It's dangerous to us and him. This is Dwale, induces sleep and relaxation. Salvia divinorum, provokes visual hallucinations. A gluey decoction. The smell is herby but sharp. It appears burnt, judging by the color. Hard to tell what it says.
I just need a second, John.
The nightmares these poor souls had to endure.
太好了，他来了！我操，太出戏了吧！
I can't decipher that text. Pokeweed berries, though they appear harmless, the whole plant is lethal. Some kind of amanita mushroom, extremely poisonous. Odorless, watery, and hard to identify. Pharmacopoeia, listing drugs, effects, and directions for use.
喝个药剂师。 胶状。死藤水。蛇毒。这样子才对。镇定剂。
This should help soothe Arneson.
吃啦吃啦。
I need some fresh air.
Yes, please go. I'll be right behind you with Arneson. Perhaps you can prepare the boat.
Festering soul and let me feel. Free me festering soul and let me feel. Eyes without purpose and now see the truth. Tear me mind from me flesh, score me festering soul. Phantoms of nothing, we are born to die. Filth in the eyes of our eldritch lord.
Free my festering soul and let me feel.
Oh, please. I wish to return. Free me, let me return. Free me and rejoice.
Eyes without purpose, I now see the truth. Tear my mind from my flesh.
Holmes, are you all right? Here, let me help.
I'm fine.
Holmes? Sherlock! What the hell were you doing? He almost killed you.
I don't... You're right. Let's go, Watson.
Bon Dieu! Still among the living.
We are, though not for lack of trying by the sheriff.
Well, he'd been telling people you died in the swamp despite his trying to save you. Crooked man. Through and through. Wait, is that Mr. Arneson?
Yes, but he's not well. You know Lucy?
Belle from the Nymph? That I do.
Please bring her here. Mr. Arneson needs to see a familiar face if he's to have any chance of surviving.
Power of the heart. I get you. Wait here.
Errol? Oh, Errol!
Reckon we should give him space. Farewells are painful.
No, tell me that's not true.
Watson?
Mr. Arneson has endured a lot. Lost 4 fingers, a lot of blood, and some of his sanity. But with rest and tender care, he ought to survive those injuries, both physical and mental.
Thank you, Johnny. I'll take care of him. Thank you for bringing him home to me. We'll be all right.
Are you quite certain? Do you have the space? The resources?
I will stay with him at the mansion. It is not a burden to take care of your love.
His property is in quite a state. It may not be the best place for recuperation.
Hush now. Champagne will see it sorted.
Then it's settled. Hear that, Errol? Us living under one roof. Careful what you wish for. Oh, and champagne? I'm about sick of watching that sheriff run riot through New Orleans. We ought to talk.
Funny. I was just thinking that grub did nothing to save your man. Together, I reckon you, me, and Errol have the sway to make some changes round here.
I like the sound of that.
Holmes, our boat.
Oh, we must make haste. Farewell all. Take care. Who's there?
Who do you think?
Let it be known that I'm handy with this revolver.
Nonsense, Dr. Watson. As I understand it, when faced with the imperative to defend oneself, one's comrades, and one's nation, you fled. Aren't you going to introduce us, Sherlock?
Watson, meet my brother Mycroft, Queen's best boy. This is a grim augury indeed, for wherever Mycroft travels, tedium surely follows.
In contrast, of course, to Sherlock, a man whose obsessive pursuit of the trivial tears through the most carefully laid plans like a hurricane. Do you have any idea what you have disrupted?
Your ego is inflated as much as your waistband. What word comes to mind?
You work for the government?
International trade is a delicate beast. Your antics and edelweiss have jeopardized one of the Crown's richest relationships.
Oh dear. As rich as all the butter you've been slathering on your bread?
We need your help.
What?
There is evil afoot. Strangeness and savagery like I have never seen. Something otherworldly festering in the dark beyond our reach. We have seen things that defy explanation. Mystic forces, magic. You must help us!
It's true.
The British government does not invest its resources in the insane or intoxicated. Pull yourself together.
I know men like you. Men like you grease palms, whisper in ears, start wars, and you send men like me to die in them. You and the rest of your corpulent cronies.
Ha! Corpulent! That was it.
Interesting, Sherlock. But as you again drift away from sanity, you find yourself another John.
All right, so the choice is made.
I beg your pardon?
There is only us. We cannot run from this problem. I shall take the book and Davy's cryptic message to Barnes. See what he makes of it.
Another sinking near Scotland, by the Strand for the deep. Cool. Thank you, sir.
It has been a while, Barnes.
Dr. Watson. Indeed it has, and good to see you as always. How can I help?
Barnes, does Stevenson's guiding light mean anything to you?
Well, my mind first goes to Robert Louis Stevenson, an up-and-coming author. I've been following his work in the periodicals. Interesting man. I take it his literary pursuits are somewhat of a deviation from the family business.
What makes you say that?
He wrote a poem. Let me see if I have it still. Yes. Say not of me that weakly I declined the labours of my sires, and fled the sea, the towers we founded, and the lamps we lit.
The labours of his sires. I wonder what they do.
I have a book on great British families. If the Stevensons have achieved anything of note, they will be in there. Please, feel free to take a look. It should be on the shelves to the right.
Much obliged. Last time we met, you mentioned your knack for translating occult texts. I was wondering if you could help me with this book.
Certainly, Goodness. Where on earth did you procure this grimoire?
That's a long story. What do you make of it?
It seems to describe pagan rituals, ancient deities. Wow, what a marvel. I can try and translate it for you.
Just the pages bearing that symbol. This section, really.
Entity of ocean or time. Oh my. Oh, already on it, as you can tell.
If you can have it done at your earliest convenience, that would be lovely. Someone is full of pep.
Oh, yes. Mr. Holmes, he was quite the inspiration. Last time you were in town, he offered me some stirring advice, which I have since acted upon.
Holmes is nothing if not provocative.
Indeed, the thorny truth is often hard to hear, but it did the job. And now my heart is full.
I'm glad to hear it.
Much obliged, Doctor.
Oh.
Say, do you possess coastal maps of Scotland?
Indeed. Have you figured out what the Stevensons are known for?
Feats of lighthouse engineering. You have my thanks for the book.
My pleasure, Doctor. Do you need any particular part of the coast?
Loch Harbour, West Coast.
Right then. I'll unroll it on the desk. All yours. In the meantime, I will attend to my translation.
Much appreciated.
Doctor?
Barnes, have you finished with the book?
Yes. I've written out a translation of the section you wanted. It, puts the grim in grimoire.
I thought as much.
Long story short, it details macabre rituals, death, leviathans, and the apocalypse. See for yourself. I must ask you to leave the book with me so I can read more of it. It's compelling. Very compelling.
I don't think that would be wise. Please give it back. That said, I remain grateful for your immeasurable help.
Oh, how disappointing. I hope you will consider lending it to me in the future. Good day, Doctor. A fascinating book. Thank you for the opportunity, Doctor. Please let Mr. Holmes know that he may always read the latest Strand at no cost.
Mycroft, here to buy a book on fraternal dysfunction.
The Holmes family is beyond counseling, Doctor.
True, more deserving of scientific study. What do you want?
I came to warn you. Perhaps you have a moment to...
Sorry, I reserve Tuesday afternoons for time with friends.
I'm worried about Sherlock. He's not well. You should know that he has had episodes in the past. Detachment from reality. He will need your support.
Such gall. First you crush him under your boot heel, now you ask me to pick up the pieces.
Your emotions are impeding your rationality. He needs to be distracted, diverted into something less harmful.
Surely you jest. Only one thing shall truly bring him peace of mind, and that is solving his case.
The last case he pursued so doggedly was Cordona. He came home a wreck, and this time I fear he may not return at all.
You are not his father, Mycroft. Not anymore. He is a grown man, a brilliant man. I know you care for him. I just wish you also respected him.
The Crown cannot help you. But I can. Give him this.
What is it?
A confidential note tied to his case. He may see value in it. Just do not tell him it came from me. Oh, speaking of the Crown, perhaps you can help us with another matter? It requires some local knowledge.
I'll get back to you.
You would be wise to change your mind. I'll be waiting in Barnes's shop.
As you were, Watson. Do what you must.
Holmes, I have the translation. But Barnes was affected by the book. Holmes?
Watson?
Did you hear me? Barnes was behaving oddly, but I was able to retrieve the book and his preliminary translation. I think we have a lead. Sherlock, what is it?
I find myself burdened. It will come as no surprise that I tend towards obsession. Indeed, obsession oft grants me the insights that have become my stock in trade, but my greatest asset. Yet I cannot deny this nature proves as much a hindrance as a boon. It has cost me friends, colleagues, brothers. And despite my obsession as I contend with the matter at hand, no closer to understanding than when we began, I must conclude that I am of no worth at all. Without an answer, what use is the question?
Sherlock, this is no time for despair. The book is real. Those men went mad.
John, I fear that I am as mad as the rest of them.
I bore witness to the same events that you did. I saw with my own eyes the inexplicable, the ghastly, and the unnatural. I can attest to their occurrence. So take heart, for it was as real as you or I. And thus, we must persist. Lives hang in the balance. If you cannot see your worth, then trust in me, for I see it. And I know of no other man capable of putting this matter right.
Thank you, John. Would that I possessed even half your courage. Pray tell, where does our journey end?
Ardnamurchan, Scotland. Well, shall we be off?
Yes, of course. You can apprise me of your action.
The door won't budge. Barred and barricaded from the inside.
You see that glow atop the lighthouse? I
An
have
old
never seen
cannon,
anything
probably
like
rusting
it.
here since the 16th century.
Holmes, look. There's a body here.
Not just any body, it's Ashmat.
The body is still soft to the touch. He died recently.
Scratches, bruises, and stabs, all self-inflicted. The infamous curved dagger. It's tied firmly to his hand. Oh, his eyes are gouged out. A broken chain. Something was attached to the end.
His body succumbed to all those wounds.
A human-sized imprint. Someone fell on their back. This branch was recently broken. The wood is still green. Whatever Ashmat had secured to his chain, he lost it here.
He crossed the ocean twice for his cubs, only to end up splattered on this rock. Seems everyone is disposable. Ashmat was a murderer, cruel and corrupt. And yet I cannot help but feel a strange pity for him.
Scratches. This medallion saw frequent use. Interesting occult pattern.
What drove him to this dreadful act?
I fear we are about to see for ourselves. Where did the shirt come from? The door won't budge.
么鬼啊？不是这样。啊！嗯。
Ouroboros, a snake eating itself. An ancient symbol of eternal renewal. Fresh marks, something scraped along the stone. This door requires a very specific key, and we already have it.
不应该先看这个。哟。
Sealed shut, and seemingly for a long time. That's a crafty mechanism and quite ancient. An obsidian heart, masterful work. Sealed shut, and seemingly for a long... They used fresh blood in some kind of ritual. This vessel is covered in dried blood.
Oh, I get it. We need fresh blood. And no, I'm not volunteering.
Fear not. I think Ashmat can help.
我要把它带下来。可怜啊！
Do you have anything to hold blood, Watson?
Fine. Take my flask. The lever doesn't want to stay on its own.
Watson, hold the lever for me. I must investigate.
Holmes, watch out! My lever went back up.
The doors, Watson. Hold the doors.
Ah! We're trapped! Now what?
Look around. There must be something we can use.
A rather accurate depiction of the human heart.
Come on.
Those holes seem to have a purpose, but I won't risk my arm to find out what.
Be ready for anything, Watson. It's all right, Watson. It's merely a chest with coins and a dagger. Made of obsidian by the looks of it.
Oh, 钱吗？钱换过去，不知道，没有。
It's ancient, though still working.
Use these with care. Let us be the first adventurers to raid a tomb without destroying it.
我两个东西都要拿，靠腰，没有。
Terrific. Now, onward before they close again.
Let us hope our paths converge, Holmes.
我好像也只拿到一个东西啊。
Are you all right? I can't. Holmes, speak up. Holmes. Please, John. Holmes, speak up. Holmes. Holmes, speak up. Holmes. Is that you, Holmes? Sherlock? Are you all right? I'm coming! Keep talking! I'm coming!
是不是又走回来？你
Holmes! Holmes! Where are you?
是不是走回来了？
Where are you?
看，你有白痴！哎，烂死！
Holmes! Holmes! Where are you? Holmes! Where are you? No! No, Sherlock, no!
干三小，哎，妈的！
Is that you, Holmes? Holmes! Holmes, speak up!
讲话啊！妈的逼啊！
Holmes, speak up!
哪边啊？靠腰啊！我老走错，干你！
Holmes! talking!
John, I'm falling.
Sherlock?
John, I'm falling.
这边吗？
I'm coming!
Please help.
Keep talking! Sherlock?
John, I'm falling.
I'm coming!
Watson.
I'm coming!
John.
Holmes! Where are you? Holmes! Holmes, come on, wake up! Thank heavens. What were you doing? What happened?
The whirlwind. Stars are so distant. The sun inverts the earth. It becomes transparent.
Sherlock, snap out of it.
Nothing is everything. We are so small, inconsequential. A shadow in the dark.
I think we best go back. You are not well, Sherlock.
No. We are so close. We cannot...
You asked that I intervene if I saw you cracking. This is me intervening.
With every passing minute, another life is extinguished. We must stop Rochester. We must end this.
Ah, Sherlock, you almost died.
Do not worry about me, John. You have other men to save.
Careful, Holmes.
呀，哎呦，哎，有一点。
The base appears to rotate.
Hands off, Holmes. We have no idea of its purpose.
一看就知道了，射这个，我们这种都逼人。哎呦，什么啊？好大个！
Sheer form of it, the color, it makes me feel uneasy. Black, metallic, and with a characteristic hue. Obsidian yet again.
必要是。
This material feels very sturdy. It would take an enormous effort to break like that. They are all entranced, captivated by the light of the lens.
Sherlock, don't touch it. We still don't know what it is capable of.
但是我想摸啊。 中他了吗？嘿，布雷克。
That's it! You did it! The lens broke!
John, the worshippers, we need to make sure...
Of course, I'll see if they're all right.
Ah, 有人在这儿。然后呢？看着。
At least this awful mask is breathable.
他们应该都眼睛吧？
Her chest is moving fast. She's hyperventilating. Check her pulse, can you, Watson?
As expected, the pulse is elevated, but within normal limits. I thought that I'd seen horrors during the war, but this is complete madness.
Stop there, shipmates! A storm awakens and we've battened down the hatches.
Dirty Summers, I presume. Nice to put a filthy, sweat-covered face to a name.
That's no way to speak to a captain. Sherlock, get down!
干嘛？
May the old ones embrace.
我的合同西哈。叫唐突射击呀。
As expected, the pulse is elevated, but within normal limits.
Stop!
Filthy... Watson, you killed him!
I didn't have a choice.
Well, what's done is done. If we do not stop Rochester, Summer's death will be but one of many. The sailor who didn't survive the storm.
The port of London feels so long ago. Forgive me, Summers.
They made sure no one could enter through the main door.
有人闯进来了。
Hold on. We need a plan.
I thought that I'd seen horrors during the war, but this is complete madness.
I know this company. They make Fresnel lenses, essential for any modern lighthouse lantern. Pay for padding. They didn't want their cargo damaged.
所以他们就只是中幻觉。
They modified the gallery and watchroom. Khalid lenses are placed inside the lantern room. It seems they have placed beam emitters all over the main gallery. One moment, Watson. I'll redraw this blueprint.
啊？怎么是互相？
We shall apply what we just learned, charge the Khalid lenses, and break them with the dagger. That should put a stop to this cursed ritual.
All right, good. I confess, I worry about what awaits us. Is it too much to hope this will all come right?
If our future is black, it is better surely to face it like a man than to attempt to brighten it by mere will-o'-the-wisps of the imagination. Come on. We'll go together.
Look at them all. We have to help them.
Watson, stop. Rochester will see you.
What should we do?
We get answers. Stay here, see to the lenses. I shall confront Rochester. He owes me the truth. Sherlock! Sherlock!
Mr. Holmes, you are late. Was the path here not as you anticipated?
You expected me?
We've stood here before, Mr. Holmes. Another you, another me. Many years ago. I wonder what will happen this time.
What? What are you talking about?
Join me. Bear witness to the end.
You cannot bear witness to anything, Lord Rochester. You are blind.
Oh, how could you?
It is what I do.
No. How could you be so ignorant? For I have never seen more clearly than in this moment. Never felt more than I feel right now. Every fiber of the earth, every molecule reverberates in anticipation of the awakening. The bile of madness rises in our throats just as our master rises below. I see moon beasts, night gaunts, a witch doctor in Arkham. I see what the stars themselves are dreaming. I know more than any man has ever known.
You are delusional. How did you do it? The compulsions, the visions, was it some form of hypnosis or no? A drug, perhaps, tell me.
Ah! There is no ruse. There is no big reveal. It is exactly what it seems. You still fight so desperately against this truth, but you feel it too. Yes? Yes?
You are mad. You have mistaken hallucinations for reality.
Are you really want to talk, Mr. Holmes? Speak truthfully now. In the port, in the swamp, what did you see?
Something beyond the capacities of my imagination. A world so alien, but
so familiar. Yes, I see it too. In your mind's eye. Untold horrors lick their lips in the shimmering dreamlands as Sarnath sinks eternal.
Yeah,
些敌人挡住我，怎么办？你不能把他们都推开，不是啊，他挡住我，我怎么办啊？无锡的，干真小。靠！还要回去。把他挡住，咖喱！哦，操！被鸡巴东西啊！
Something is missing here. Interesting.
哎呀，操！白痴东西！干！
This could prove useful.
What is the point? What are you hoping to achieve with all this slaughter? Do these people deserve such suffering?
They are just tools. Their existence is meaningless unless put to use. Oh, all-seeing master. Oh, grand God beneath. How he has blessed them with purpose.
You use them for cruelty.
I've seen a man eat his own flesh just to hear the whispers of lizards. I've seen a mother behead her newborn, that she might travel to another world. Galaxies swallow each other whole. Light folds in on itself until nothing remains. You know not cruelty, Mr. Holmes. Cruelty is for such knowledge to be beyond the reach of so many.
This is hubris delusion. You are Icarus flying too close to the sun.
No, no. You misinterpret the legend, Holmes. Icarus flew. He reached heights no man had ever reached. One must imagine Icarus happy.
He burned. Rochester plummeted to his death.
And were you to ask him of his choice, he would have not a single regret. Every step I took was necessary. Every drop of blood a blessing. Every death predestined. Surely you understand. It was for knowledge. The only thing worth living for. Why must you remain so blind? Be honest. What is it you fear?
I'm afraid that it will cost me my sanity, much as it has cost you yours.
There is no such thing as sanity. There is only the world as it is, and one's willingness to accept it.
You truly believe it? That a god arises from below, that the world shall end?
There is only nothingness. Only chaos and torture and endless time, stretching its wings, baring its teeth.
It's preposterous. It's nonsense. It's... You've drugged me. The fumes in the temple, narcotics, a bad reaction. Or you're one of my cross agents. This has the stink of my brother all over it. No, wait. Of course. I am dreaming in the asylum. In Black Edelweiss, tied to a chair.
You are standing right here, Holmes, as you always do.
You said that before. You said we had met, but I've never seen you before in my life.
The cycle repeats. Old becomes new, and we remain pawns in the hands of a god. Submit! Submit to your inconsequence!
It is unthinkable.
It is undeniable.
I cannot.
When you have eliminated all which is impossible, then whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Now, Holmes! Now is the moment! You know it in your heart! Say it! Say it!
It's an illusion. A delusion. I am mad. I have become my mother.
No! You are lying to yourself, Mr. Holmes! Why? If you are not here for the truth, then you are a diversion. But no more! Rulor Kanga! Oh, Master! Oh, Great One! He has come! Take me! Accept my sacrifice! The world is yours!
他小。哦，要我从这里开始。操妈的！
I'm dreaming.
You are It is... when you have eliminated... Now, Holmes! Now is...
It's real. All of it, it's real. Maybe your god is unstoppable, but you are merely a man. And I know how to stop you.
What do you mean? What have you done?
I have made a friend.
Yeah! No! Curse you! Oh, great one, forgive me!
It is over, Rochester.
I thought this time would be different. But the gods laugh at man's arrogance.
Sherlock, come back down! The wave! Come with us! Turn yourself in, save yourself!
The abyss calls for me, Mr. Holmes, as it does for you. The final problem approaches, and you too shall fall.
Sherlock, please! Rochester, don't!
Such heights we reach!
No! God! Sherlock, we must get inside! I have to see it, John. I have to know.
Apologies, did I rouse you? I could relocate to the study, but I wanted to be at hand should you need me.
No. The sound of your keys. It is my tether back to the waking world.
I find writing of our adventure helps me too. Perhaps at some point you could read it and tell me if it accords with your memory. There are moments in our journey that only you were privy to. Your encounter with Gygax, your visions with Light of the Abyss, your confrontation with Rochester.
No.
Pardon me?
Do not publish it. It would be professional suicide. You would be a laughingstock, a fabulist, concocting penny dreadfuls for the unwashed masses. And I would no longer attract a distinguished clientele, but madmen convinced I could connect them to their deceased relatives or help them capture a fairy.
Ah. It doesn't seem to get any better, does it?
When I close my eyes, John, I am falling. Falling into a black abyss. It is endless and suffocating and unforgiving. What I would give for a dreamless night.
It's going to be all right, Sherlock.
What is that?
It will help you rest.
No, not that. No. I say, Watson, would you be afraid to sleep in the same home as a lunatic, a man with softening of the brain, an idiot whose mind has lost its grip?
Not in the least.
That's lucky.
那今天就先这样了，真是有完形看透。那就晚安啦，夜晚安，可可猫晚安，那就拜拜啦。